Well, hello everybody. Thanks for joining.
Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed engineers and tech enthusiasts, we are happy to welcome you at EngX Day 2023. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here already, joining us from all over the world. As we gather here, we embark on a mission to provide you with tools, with knowledge, with technologies and inspiration that you need to thrive in this fast-paced landscape of technology. But first things first, let me introduce our small but powerful team, led by our strategic visionary and amazing problem solver, our EngX culture and community head, Lina.
Hi,
And right
everybody.
there, And right there, we have our silent hero who creates the magic with her God given talent and stays behind all these beautiful visual assets of EngX. This is Yana. And myself, I would humbly present myself as the community guru, but we will have a chance to uh, get to know each other a little bit later. So this year we have a lineup of industry experts who will guide you through the latest technologies and trends shaping this field of IT. And we will showcase incredible achievements of NGX communities across EPAM locations because this year was very important for us. We have launched several communities in Turkey, in Baltics, in Latam. So today we are here to show our expansion. But here is one more thing. NGX Day 2023 is not just a series of talks. It's a great experience. It's a great platform to engage, to motivate, to connect. Because this year, in our agenda, we decided to make a lot of live streaming, a lot of engagement activities, a lot of quizzes, coding challenges. All of this would be in the format of interview, in the format of interaction. So please, we are happy to provide you this space to increase your network and create new meaningful connections. So, our guest speakers this year, Scott Hanselman, everyone is waiting for him. We've seen all your comments in our posts. It's heartwarming to hear that. Also, we have Dylan Beatty, our second guest speaker, who would talk about text files. Of course, there's a lot of things coming on. We will talk about the green software. Exciting, right? So we will also talk about AI transformation, about NGX strategy. We will also share the real life stories of our experts in EPAM. So stay with us, and I hope you will like this journey with us. 2 days.
We are so excited. So please fasten your seatbelts and prepare for this unforgettable journey. Thank you for being part of this incredible experience. Let's dive into NGX Day 2023 and make it a remarkable one. And now I want to present and give the stage to my magical colleagues who will tell our journey and deep dive you to our understanding of engineering DNA and how we are cultivating engineering culture inside EPAM. Aya, Yana, stage is yours. You're welcome.
Okay.
I'm so excited.
Okay, thank you. So it's a pleasure for us to start the whole conference with this topic of engineering DNA, engineering culture, because this year we've been driving the culture around across EPAM locations. So today we will be happy to share all this experience and knowledge that we discovered. But first of all, again, as I just told, that all of our talks, all of our panel discussions, everything would be very engaging. We have lots of quizzes, so please join menti.com. Use this code, or you can just scan this and join from your phone. So please join, because it's gonna be very interesting. You have all these interesting quizzes and everything. So please join. Yep, I see people joining. Yay! 8 people. Okay. And I can see all the thumbs ups. Thanks for the thumbs ups. Please join and we will be happy. I would just like increase your interest. We have like this year we've built several communities across locations. We did like huge research, and today we are gonna share our findings. So I hope you like it. So I see that people are joining and still joining. It's more than 50. It's great to see that. So while everyone is joining, I have a question for you. Where are you from, guys? So I see people joining. Where are you from? You can write and type your responses. Okay, Colombia, Poland, Georgia, Minsk, India, Serbia, Zhytomyr, Ukraine, Budapest. I even it's even hard for me to read how many people from all over the world, as I just said in the beginning. Egypt, Slovakia, Berlin, Turkey, Lithuania, Romania, UK. I feel like have you guys seen this like popular meme where this like Miss World, Miss World, and people are like trying to Ukraine, Minsk, why where the this like representatives of different countries, they are like trying to tell their countries. So it's like Montenegro, Turkey, Berlin, Pune, India, Spain, Croatia, Romania. Hi from Montenegro. Hyderabad, India. Hi. Tbilisi, Izmir, Antalya, Switzerland. Okay. Russia, UK, Spain, Kiev. Okay, Prague. Wow, amazing. So right now we have this huge group of people from all over the world. It's cool because we are gonna have much more engagement activities over there. So let me then introduce myself now, since I know where you guys from. I am from Kazakhstan. I recently came back to Kazakhstan after living 1 year in Vietnam. So I am community manager with 5 years experience in the field. I've been building and driving communities in renewable energy sector, in education, in social innovation, and now I'm happy and proud to be delivering community in IT. I've been in IPAM so far for 2 years, and during this beautiful 2 years, I've built communities in Latam, Georgia, Baltics, and Turkey. And today I would be happy to share all that information. Born in Kazakhstan, digital nomad at heart, because I love cultures, I love traveling. So, but I've like digital nomad at heart. I would say that I lived for a year in Vietnam and also lived another year in Turkey. So, digital nomads, please thumbs up if there are any digital nomads. And just to put this connection, so you can know me as a person. I love theater, hiking, camping, snowboarding, surfing, and of course traveling. Traveling is something that creates passion for me, because again, traveling is also about discovering culture. And since I'm here driving engineering culture, I love culture. I love learning culture from different perspectives, and I speak 5 languages. And you can try to guess which ones. It's not Vietnamese for sure. It's hard. I can't see chats here, but I would just tell you, I speak Kazakh language, my first language. I speak Russian, English, español, hablo un poquito español. Y tabii ki Türkçe de konuşuyorum. So I speak Turkish and Spanish is my two different languages, because 3 languages is something very basic in our country. Like people speak like both Russian, Kazakh, and English. But from the interesting ones, it's Turkish and Spanish. And like I'm here, I'm happy to tell my magic skills. So once again, I like driving culture. Communication is my secret skill, I guess, and project management. So this is me. My full name is Aya Lim, but you can call me just Aya. So, and let's dive into the engineering excellence. So probably you like, since we are here at EngX conference, of course you've heard about EngX, and everyone like has different perception of EngX, and I would be happy to just understand what you guys know about EngX, or what's EngX for you. So please type your responses. I'm very curious to see your responses. What it would be, because we have like EngX is a whole ecosystem, and I'm just curious, what do you guys know? Engineering practices, community, framework, engineering excellence. Okay. Framework, 4 letters. Okay. Development excellence, high standards, success. Okay. Ooh, challenge, foundation, clean code, quality, values, good practices, way to grow. X factor for engineering. Okay, cool. Underestimated pearl. It's like it's moving so fast that it's a little hard to read. Okay. See, that's like, rocket science. Okay. Knowledge sharing, engineering DNA, striving to ideal, work ethics, development excellence, engineering standards, culture, magic, way to grow, engineering DNA, clean code, quality. Wow, it's amazing. It's amazing how you guys are like understanding NGX, and it's really different perspectives. And all of you guys are right. There is no wrong answer, because NGX is all about this. It's about culture, it's about community, it's about best practices, it's about efficient and clean code. So yeah, let me just story. Like I think it's just like full of energy that my my laptop is is going crazy with the battery. Quality, success. What else? X factor for engineering, interesting one. Challenge, work ethics, way of thinking. Okay, so I think we've had enough. It's more than 100 responses. It's like really cool. Let me just introduce. Okay, you guys are ex-engineer. Okay. Collaboration in people. Practice, challenge, fun. Okay. Yeah, you guys are all right. And here I'm happy to tell you who we are as an NGX. There were no wrong answers, because at Engineering Excellence, we bring and propagate best engineering practices, processes, and tools, and we are advocates of engineering setup and process optimization. And we have like 6 differentiators that make us stand out. First of all, it's one-stop shop for engineers. It's a place where an engineer, like since we have an ecosystem of products and services, an engineer can find anything that he would need for development, for growth, for knowledge sharing. Uh, all of our products are driven by the goal of continuous improvement. All of our products, or our universe, is practical and user-oriented. You're also part of recognized brand, and today we will tell more about it, and you will have a lot of engaging activities, so stay tuned. And it's also a place where you can showcase your talent and get recognized, because for us, it's important to make engineers feel heard, seen, and recognized. And also, it's applicable to all competencies and technologies. So that's what we believe NGX is for us. So again, EngX, I just told you that EngX is an ecosystem of services and products, and we know what engineers desire, whether it's the community of like-minded people, whether it's thrift search for the continuous improvement, efficient processes, or team happiness, or the courses and learning opportunities, whether it's opportunities to code, to compete, we have you covered. Here is our products, EngX Community, EngX Continuous Improvement Program that works with project assessment, team capacities, and team effectiveness. Also, we have recreational program. It's a product that helps teams to be more happier, more happier. It works with burnout. We have coding stories where engineers can write code, can make the code cleaner, and learn, of course. EngX Learning, you've probably heard of bootcamp. Like first thing when I was like when I expected to see was bootcamp, but today it's a surprise for me that there wasn't any word bootcamp. But I'm sure that everyone who joins EPAM goes through bootcamp and EngX Learning. So that comes from EngX Learning. We have also another great tool, Avelia, that works with like system optimization. So that's our universe. And here is our mission. Our goal is to accelerate engineering culture around the globe through growing EngX expertise, to empowering, encouraging engineers, and we strive to make EPAM a better place for engineers, where, again, engineers feel engaged, empowered, supported, heard, and seen. So that's our mission. Accelerate engineering culture. Interesting, right? But what do we mean here by engineering culture? That's also an interesting question. What is engineering culture for you? So again, we are having a communication here. So I'm really happy to ask you, how do you understand engineering culture? So please, stage is yours. Write your responses, because it's very interesting. Everyone perceives engineering culture differently, because we've been doing this researches into location, and in our researches we do focus group and we ask engineers how do they understand engineering culture, and everyone understands culture differently. So best practices, golden standards, alignment, knowledge sharing, following best practices. So far best practices would be the favorite one, right? The famous one. Be efficient, knowledge sharing, processes, continuous improvement, being professional, communication, like-minded people, accessibility, a set of best practices, innovation culture. Nice. What else? Constant improvement, set of best practice, not stealing code. Okay, that's very important. Guys, don't steal the code from your colleague, right? Because we are creating a space for innovation. Engineers' behavior. What else? Engineering values, professional values, engineering custom, be efficient. Wow, so many input from you guys. Thank you. What else? Accessibility, innovation, maintainable, collaboration, professional values, predictable delivery, honesty, behavior, quality from within. Wow, that's amazing. I think ideal team player, good practices, quality oriented. What else? Be efficient, professional. Wow, neatness, inclusion. Okay, that's amazing. Thanks for the input. It was it was great to see how do you guys understand engineering culture, and even from that, even though there's different kind of answers, we still can shape this common understanding, right? It's about best practices, it's about values, it's about continuous improvement, empathy to end user. I think that's very important, right? Yeah, about, again, this empathy to the end user, quality, core values. Wow, thank you. Let's go further to our definition of engineering culture. So we define engineering culture as a shared assumptions, values, beliefs which have a strong influence how engineers act and perform their jobs. Right, you just guys described that uh, values, core values, like, what else? What else did we have there? Oopsie. Yeah, accessibility, innovation, best practices, professional values, ethics. So yeah, all uh, all that you have mentioned goes in there. And then from that engineering culture, we define EngX culture. And by EngX culture, we mean that it's a way to create an environment where engineering professionals are safe, acknowledged, seen, and heard, able to share knowledge, provided with the opportunities to learn, to innovate, to exchange knowledge, and able to grow. So everything you guys just mentioned there, quality, knowledge sharing, empathy, yeah, honesty, all goes there. That's the culture. That's the mission we're trying to deliver to our engineers, to our customers, to the end users. Yeah, yep. And you guys, of course, mentioned the values, and here they are. Here they are, the values that our golden rules, our values. We value expertise, of course. You guys already mentioned that, right? Like good quality, clean code, best practices. So we value expertise, focus on high quality. We use community to advance. Again, why community, right? Because it's knowledge sharing, because it's networking, it's a place, a common ground for the engineers to connect with each other, and of course share experience and strive for excellence. So that's our 5 golden rules. And we have, like, since we our mission is to accelerate engineering culture across CPAM and around the globe, we have 3 touch points how we do that, right? First of all is through brand, because brand is what makes a person to belong in Jack's culture, right? In the eye of the others and in the customers. Because like I really hope that you guys recognize our visual identity today. We are gonna talk a lot about that, because brand is our communication style, our visual appearance. It can be our tone of voice, behavior, and attitude. So you have seen our like universe of NGX, right? All the products and services, and all of that. We like all the products use the same brand, same tone of voice, same visual identity. And of course, the second one is community. Community is an entry point to our universe, right? Because the community is the place where we create a space for engineers to share their knowledge, to recognize, to be respected, and find like their network, and yeah, to feel the sense of belonging, especially like when everything is online. Community, like it's an amazing tool just to feel yourself belong to the people that things like just like you, like-minded people. So last but not least, a location enablement program. So we have gathered our like community building experience of the global community into the product of location enablement program, and we've driven this program throughout the last year. And yeah, where we share with the locations our expertise, our guidelines, and we help them to build the NGX communities in their locations. And today we are going to specify in that one. So yeah, NGX culture in locations. How do we do that? Okay, here is the communities location that have NGX community. It's Turkey, India, Ukraine, Georgia, Latam, Baltics, and there are many communities coming soon. Why we are doing that? Because of course, like growing global online community is very important, but also like driving communities within the location helps you to understand the like pains and goals of the engineers in the location. And we believe that those pains and goals can differ from one location to another one. So we would like to, again, it's also the mission of accelerating engineering culture. We want to make this, like, NGX help every engineer. So that's why we are trying to go deeper, go into the locations and understand their local pains. And how do we do that? And we have a whole framework for that. It consists of three main phases. First is community foundation, second is community setup, and rollout. In the foundation, first, when we go to the location, we gather a team who will be helping us to build the community in the location. Then we gather location pains and goals. What do we mean by location pains and goals? It can be that you like the GGOs, they all have strategic goals, right? They also have strategic pains. So we gather that because we also believe that community can solve business, like can bring business value. So that's why we gather those locations and goals. Then we create clean canvas. We identify objectives and key results for the community in the location, and that, that finishes the community foundation phase. The next phase is the research phase. Community setup, when we do the location population analysis. So we analyze in the location how many people, like by level, by job function, and then based on that we create a representative focus group sample that represents the location, engineers in the location. And then we create proto-personas. Proto-personas is like the set of hypotheses that local team knows about the engineers. So this is our hypothesis. And then after that, we test those hypotheses and create interviews with our sample size. We do quality deep interviews, and that helps us to understand the pains of the engineer, their motivation, their driving factors, their understanding of culture. So we go there and we do the whole research to understand what engineer in that particular location wants and need. So yeah, then by creating user personas, we finish up the setup phase. The third one is community rollout. So community rollout, we start with the creating activity plan again. So when we create the community in the location, we don't do community just for the sake of doing it, right? We do it again to bring some value. So that's why the activity plan would be addressing those pains and goals that we will find out in the research phase. Then contribution and core team management, then recognition plan, communication strategy, and that finishes the community rollout. And after that, when we help the local team to build the whole community with the deep research, we give the power to the local team, and they continue to drive the community. So here is the example of location and pains and goals. Of course, we won't tell which location. For example, it can be that maturity, quality of staff, soft skills, right? Project business purpose awareness, engagement level, right? Lack of knowledge, usage of internal tools, MPA engagement, project MPS overall, attrition rate, right? Legacy project. That's for example, that's the information that we gather in the location. Next, we do the population analysis, as I just mentioned before, by level, by time in EPAM, by job function, by relocation status. It's also important to consider relocation status, since right now, we are being more global within the locations as well, and to understand how this influences the the whole process in the location. So this is the example of location empathy map. You can try to look closer. So that's already in that's what engineers the engineers in the location say, think, does, and feels. For example, I want to have recognition from my work. I'm motivated by challenges. don't like online events, want to grow professionally, want to grow leadership skills, want to learn more about extra mile opportunities, want to share knowledge and help others grow. What else? Like what he thinks: lack of guidance, mentorship on career growth, lack of networking, lack of recognition, difficult assessment processes, don't know the direction of my career growth. What else? Feels valued, like he feels valued within the project, feels supported by the team. Disconnected with EPAM. That's also like another common problem that we find during our research, that people are more connected to the customer rather than EPAM. Feel more contact with the client than EPAM. Yep. Happy with the work culture, engaged with the team. So I'm really curious, how do you guys like, if it resonates with you, and what else like I would say that like during our research, it's really interesting how cultural background over the location also influences the the research findings. For example, in one location, people are really consistent, they are really focused on assessment process and like assessment, and everyone in the interview was saying about the assessment processes, about this to grow to the next level. For example, in another location that I found out, uh, what was that? It was about, that people don't want to do, like they don't want any uh, learning or growing event. They just want more like networking, more fun activities. So it's just like so interesting when we go to a new location, just to understand how how everything is like going on over there. So, for example, this is also example of location research findings. When we do the interviews, like with all these engineers, with the sample, representative sample of the location, we gather lots of information. So, for example, you can see the pains, right? And we identified pains like in different categories: community-related pains, for example, lack of communication, collaboration, lack of growth, lack of recognition, lack of knowledge sharing. And then we also put another pain, which is related to community. It's engineering culture. No common understanding of what's engineering culture. Engineering culture differs with project. Lack of understanding of EngX. So that's that's the group of pain that we as an EngX community can solve. But then we also find lots of interesting findings, like location pains, like relocation, local culture, EPAM specifics, leadership. So yeah, and also project pains, right? And then we have pains like the consequences of all those pains: lack of time, no work-life balance. Then we have findings with gains. For example, motivation factors can be career growth, recognition, salary, experience, impact, skills growth, knowledge sharing, high quality of the product, challenging and interesting tasks. So that was interesting to find out. An extra mile, for example, since the whole community is about the extra mile, we have found some impact about the extra mile. Uh, that What do they want? How do they perceive extra mile? How do they, what kind of extra mile do they want? What motivates them to participate in one contribution opportunity or another? So that's also the finding that we work with. And based on that, we create user personas, representative group of people. For example, we can differentiate them by level, or we can differentiate them by relocation status, or we can differentiate them by job function. So for example, in this case, in this location, we created 3 user personas: software engineer, project manager, and also another project manager, but he is relocated. And in those user personas, we try to identify the personality, the goal, the hobbies, motivations, and frustrations. So when we are doing the activity plan, we know who is our end user. And today I remember that in the culture part, when you guys were writing your impact, it was the empathy to the end user, and our end users in this case are you guys, the engineers. So you have our full empathy, because we do all this work for our end users. And also, so this is the location activity plan. So for example, we take these pains that community can address, and then we map these pains with the goals. For example, then this location's goal would be to provide engagement opportunity for communication and collaboration, to create activities to knowledge sharing, to create common understanding of EngX culture, opportunities and value, lack of appreciation and recognition. So that would be like activity, like, and we brainstorm together with the location different activities, like, engineering exchange, mindscape, like series of meetups and case studies, like, hackathon and quiz nights, all based on what engineers told us they would like to have in their location and based on their pains. So last but not least, before I finish my part, here you can see also, again, it's our visual identity, but it was adapted for a location. Despite this, like, a deep research phase when we go into the engineers, like, thinking their needs and pains, we also adapt our visual identity according to the location, taking into account the location specifics. And also, this one is also another huge work, because we think that visual identity is what makes, like, feel what makes engineers to feel this like sense of belonging. But this part, I would be happy to share the stage to Yana, please. Yana, stage is yours.
Thank you very much. And before we delve into the fascinating world of our visual identity, let me introduce myself. So, an experienced and visual designer with a passion for creativity. And in the world of IT, I've gained 5 valuable years of experience, but my artistic journey stretches back like an impressive 10 years. And today I want to invite you into my world where artistry and technology come together in perfect match. So my professional path led me to EPAM, where I've dedicated the past 3 years to my craft. And during this time, I had the privilege of working on the style guide for the entire EngX universe. And this guide served as the foundation of consistency, ensuring that our projects, whether in Ukraine, Latam, Georgia, the Baltics, India, all bore the impeccable mark of our brand identity. And speaking of Ukraine, it holds a special place in my heart because it's my birthplace. And outside of design, I have diverse hobbies that keep life interesting, like um, archery, shooting, mini golf, and yoga. And a small fun fact about being a designer, maybe you can relate to it as an engineer. It's like when your mom asking you to fix a microwave because you're working in IT. So that's like my friends often turn to me for all things design related, like whether it's design living spaces, business cards, crafting a door handle, or even helping with tattoos. And And as for my magic skills, I have a knack for finding inspiration in unexpected places, like exploring patterns on subway tiles or the vibrant colors on the street market. So, yeah, it was a little introduction, and let's move on to our visual part. So, have you ever wondered why some companies seem to effortlessly capture your attention while others struggle to make a lasting impression? So today we embark on a magical journey to unravel the secrets of branding, guided by the brand book. And our visual identity, it's isn't just about how our project looks. It's about how it communicates and connects with our audience. And let's start by understanding what visual identity, what it means in our project context. And it's more than just visuals, it is heart and soul of how we present ourselves. It's our unique signature. So here you can see our special symbol, the EngX logo. And It represents the very heart of our project. You can see parts of the code, shield or brilliant shaping, and it is all about engineering excellence with a sense of community, constant growth, and self-improvement. And the logos colors and fonts emphasize these values, making it clear that the symbol what we are stand for. And as we already explored the heart and essence of EngX through our logo, now let's delve into the power of color. And yeah, our chosen color palette isn't just randomly picked. Each color carries a specific meaning and purpose. For example, blue embodies elegance and innovation. Yellow represents the potential for everyone to shine. Red perfectly mirrors openness to new ideas. And green, like a symbol of growth, reflects our continuous quest for self-improvement and collective progress. And of course, we have taken great care in choosing colors and their contrast and hues, paying close attention to their combination. These selections have been thoughtfully made with accessibility in mind, and their accessibility checked. So yeah, and these colors work together harmoniously, much like symphony. And yeah, colors are vital building blocks for our illustrations, and they play a remarkable role in our storytelling. Um, as you can see in our illustrations, the pairing of red and green, they carry special significance. When these two colors come together, they create balance. And this harmony reflects how our passionate and dedicated community members that collaborate to nurture growth, innovation, and a vibrant spirit within EngX. So, moving from our visual style, we can now delve into the importance of consistency. So, consistency is like glue that holds EngX together. It makes sure everything looks the same, from colors to words, no matter where you find us. This makes people trust us and remember us for who we are, showing that EngX always stands strong for excellence in community. And that's where our brand guidelines come in. They're like our playbook, laying out the rules for how everything should look and sound. These guidelines help us keep their important consistency, ensuring that whether you're on our page, reading a poster, or seeing us on social media, you will always recognize EngX. So, yeah, and taking into account our guides and approach, here is how we implement our style across various locations. So our process for crafting visuals for locations, it begins with in-depth research and mood boarding. Then we ideate concepts that combine EngX's global identity with local charm. And then we adapt and blend these elements seamlessly into our existing style. And finally, we create swag that shows the unique synergy between EngX and location, embodying both global excellence and local character. This approach ensures consistency while embracing each location's individuality. And when we distribute brand and swag, we go beyond mere promotional items. We provide our engineers with physical manifestations of our EngX culture, allowing them to proudly showcase their commitment. Each item becomes a symbol of recognition, a reminder of the remarkable work they do and the excellence we strive for. So probably that's enough of this part, and let's add the touch of fun. And maybe it's time for little mini games. So I suggest you to guess what's the name of this color. We have here 3 options. Maybe it's salmon, maybe it's red velvet or red. it's time to guess. And I already see some answers. Most of the people, they're choosing salmon color. Nobody likes red velvet and red. Okay. Probably I already can tell you what's the right answer. So 18, 19 people, 21 already right. Salmon, the right name of this color. Yes, it's the name of this color. Our salmon. And let's move on to the next color. What do you think about this one? Maybe it's just the usual green, or Northern Lights blue, or maybe just fresh mint. What do you think? I can tell that it's pretty tricky question. That's all I can tell for now. Wow, 20 for fresh mint. Okay, 25. 0 for just the usual green. Okay. So yeah, as already said, it was a tricky question. So the right answer was Northern Lights blue. Yes, I understand. It doesn't look like blue, but it has like additional name Northern Lights. So yeah, it was the right answer. And maybe it's enough with colors. Maybe you want to guess the logo and try guess where the coding stories logo is. And I have a hint for you. Just look into the shaping of these logos, like coding stories. So okay, I see you get it. Maybe some seconds for others. So the right one was B. Like C, coding stories, and it has this shape, like part of the code and part of the letter. So yeah. Yes. And moving to the next game, and I will pass this microphone to amazing colleague Aya.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. It was so interesting. I was like, yes, I was the same myself. So let's continue the fun and let's guess NGX locations. You just met our like hidden talent, Yana. So that's like the next slide that I will show. It's all made by Yana, and let's guess the location. So you guys remember that which locations I shared with you. So this one. Look at this one. Have a second. And here you go. Guess the location. Here's the hint for you. What is it? India. 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 Cairo. Russia. Turkey. Kızı. Kazakhstan? No. Kazakhstan. What else? Taj Mahal. Ooh, someone is getting right. Uzbekistan. Russia. Turkey. Palestine. That's wrong one. Okay, guys. So well, I see lots of different options, but since the biggest one is the correct one, you can see that India is the more like the biggest letter. So yeah, right, guys. Like I'll give you one more option to see. See, that's India. Like you can see the Taj Mahal. You can see the fire things. Sorry. Okay, next one. Guess this one. So first of all, you will have a look in here. Try to guess this interesting patterns, and please put your answers here. Belarus. Belarus, Poland, Ukraine, Turkey, Sweden, Georgia, Ukraine. Oh wow, how did you do the flag? Turkmenistan, Georgia, Turkey, Sweden, Uzbekistan, Copenhagen. Okay. So I can see that there aren't many options. Bathroom again. Okay, you can take your time to go to the bathroom. We won't mind. So, yep, I can see that two major answers is Belarus and Ukraine. And the right answer is Ukraine. Yes, it's called Vishvanka, Ukrainian traditional patterns. So the right answer would be Ukraine. Okay, this one. You've already seen this in my speech. This is this visual identity. Have a look and let's go. What do you think? What do you think? It's a tricky one, actually. Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, kindergarten. Okay. United Kingdom. Yeah, mostly right. Yeah, like it's Europe. You guys got it right. It's usually the hardest one. Netherlands, Latvia. I can see Latvia. Kindergarten. Where's the bathroom? So probably he went to the bathroom. Denmark, UK, Latvia. One more time. Okay. Switzerland. Croatia, interesting. Georgia, interesting. I haven't seen any windmills in Georgia. Lithuania, Croatia, Sweden. Okay, I know it's the hard one because it's not for one country only. It's for a region of the Baltic. So you, like people who wrote Latvia in Lithuania, you guys get it right. So this is the visual identity. Let's have a look one more time. It's for EngX Baltics. So thank you. And we have one more thing. So Yana has already mentioned this one in her mood board. So this shouldn't be that hard, but let's try. You guessed. Grapes, Georgia, Uzbekistan, Italy, Belarus, France, WC. Okay. Armenia, France, Belarus, Vineland. Okay. I like the Vineland. But like what you just wrote is absolutely correct. It's a Vineland. It's an amazing place that I love. I've been there for several times and I always love traveling there. And yeah, you can guess why. Because of the wine. So yeah, you can see it in the shape of grapes in the mountains, and the right answer would be Georgia. It's a beautiful Georgia. So we have our community in Georgia. So if we have anyone here joining us from Georgia, please join our EngX community in Georgia. There are so many amazing activities over there. And last but not least, this is our last activity. Yana just mentioned how she does the mood board, right? Like when, for example, she was showing you how she did it for the Georgia. So she was covering, gathering all this, cultural things and everything that came into the mind when you think of this country. And let's play this game. Let's create a mood board for Spain. You can see the flag of the Spain over there. And let's do chill, tapas, wine. What else? Like I hope that one of our next location would be Spain. You know why, right? Because it would be a great opportunity for me to practice my Spanish. Fiesta, siesta, okay. Madrid, chill, wine, matador, morchilla, sangria. Oh, I love sangria. Sangria, cerveza, la cerveza, paella, oh, jamón, scenic, football. What else? Flamenco, roja, jellyfish, interesting. Jellyfish, summer, pool, yeah, pool, vacations, sun, flamenco, sports, sea, sun, cerveza. What an amazing location to work from, right, guys? Like, if anyone here is from Spain, you guys are so lucky. Just look at this mood board and the word cloud. Siesta, royalty, ocean, mañana, mañana, corrida, playa. Okay, so I think, Yana, you have enough for the mood board. So, like, thank you guys for helping us out. And I hope we will use your word cloud for the next location. Siesta. Thank you. Let's go, because we have just a couple of minutes left to finish up. Like, we are just perfect on timing. Let's just summarize. So today we've discovered EngX culture, we've discovered our mission, and I was happy to share what we have done throughout the year with our locations. And here is the roll call. So let's cultivate EngX culture together with us. How you can do that? You can become our contributor. You can become community leader. You can become speaker, content creator, active participant, or moderator. So again, remember, as I told you, EngX is a place where we want to create a space for engineers to be seen, to be heard, to be recognized. So this is your opportunity to use that. And what it will give to you, yeah, right? It will help you to expand skills and arrange your network, to explore your potential, try out different hats, and extend your options to learn and grow. So if you want to join us, please just go to this QR code and join our pool of contributors. We would be happy to have you on board. So you are not just joining the pool of contributors, but you are also joining our small but powerful team. Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure to have you here. Stay tuned, because the next one after this, like in a couple of minutes, you can go to the Cozy Juicy Real networking board game. So that would be the next one on the agenda. I would recommend you to try it, because it was used in Adobe, in Google, in many huge IT companies. The board game to network, to have these connections. So please join. You can find the link pretty soon. It would be on board. You can use the QR code, or you can go to our agenda and follow the link in the Cozy Juicy Real slot that comes next. That would be it from my side. I hope to see you throughout these 2 days. Please stay with us. I hope you would enjoy our hard work. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jed. I'm one of the creators of Cozy Juicy Reel. It's the networking and connection event that's being offered at this conference on October 5th and 6th. So, what is the event about? It's about networking and connecting, but it's going to be unlike any other networking event that you have honestly ever been to before. So, why do I say that? Well, in my experience, networking events are often kind of stuffy and a little bit awkward. This will be unlike that in that we developed Cozy Juicy Reel over 6 years to be fun and truly connecting. So the people that you'll be meeting in your breakout rooms, when you play, you'll actually have some meaningful conversations with them and come away having connections with people that you definitely did not have before the event took place. Cozy Juicy Reel, if you're wondering who has played it in the past, teams at Google, Nike, Adobe, HubSpot, IKEA. So you'll be in really good company. This event has been vetted by many teams before you and lots of other conferences. Who's it for? So anybody who wants to connect with other people at the conference should come to this event. It's made for introverts and extroverts. So really anybody who's wanting to connect. It's an hour-long event and it'll be fun, light, and just a chance to disconnect and enjoy yourself. So I'll see you soon.
Hey everyone, I hope you enjoyed the previous session and had a great time during this networking board games. And for those of you who have just joined us recently, a very warm welcome to EngX Community Day 2023. We are delighted to see you over here. And I'm Elena, and I will be guiding today's session with the very special guests. We're actually joining you from a very beautiful country of Georgia. And as you were just starting at the very beginning, our colleagues asked you from which countries you were. It's like quite a diverse community, and we are happy to be represented here as well. And just not to talk too much, let me introduce you to our speaker today. This is Archil Varshanidze, who is the Senior Software Engineering Manager at EPAM Georgia. He is also the head of .NET practice. He has 15 plus years of experience in tech industry, and today he will guide us on his engineering excellence journey. He will share some insights, real life stories. So with that, welcome. We're happy to see you over here.
Thank you, Elena, and greetings to all who are attending the meeting. I'm very happy to be here, and hopefully it will be maybe inspirational of the things I have to share with you guys.
I'm sure it will be like that. And before we will dive into a conversation with Archil, I would like to remind everyone that we have the comment section where you can leave your questions during our discussion. We will address those questions at the end of the session. So please feel free to be engaged, to participate in our conversation. And with all that, we can get started. So, Archil, as far as I know, you had quite a journey in tech industry. You've been holding positions such as CTO, founder, engineering manager. Could you please share some insights of how you transitioned through these diverse roles?
Yeah, it's quite a journey. So I started back in the day as a software engineer in .NET. It was my first job. When I think about it after a couple of years and remembering how I passed that interview, I myself, if I had the case with someone else, I would be just questioning if I should hire that guy. But yeah, maybe they saw something in me. But yeah, I'm very grateful. So I started my first job. After 1 year of working as a software engineer in .NET, I switched to database administration. It was from that 1 year, first year, I had a feeling that as databases was part of my job, I just wanted to understand the databases better. So I switched to database administration. After that, still though, my main passion called, and I then switched back, and I was just once again the software engineer. After a couple of years of gaining experience, I became a team lead software engineer. I used to work on the projects and be a team lead, like people lead and tech lead, making some architectural decisions and so on. That was the first time I remember just that feeling that I liked working with people very much, working with customers, discussing maybe some tasks, assignments, trying to understand the full picture, stuff like that. Back in the day, I didn't quite understand what that profession was called. So I thought that it was all just a part of being a software engineer. But after many years, I discovered that that could be mapped to delivery manager title in EPAM, which I am right now, by the way. So it made sense after a couple of years. But back in the day, so I was just leading the team for a couple of years. Then with a couple of my friends, we decided to form our own software engineering company. So I moved there. I was founder and chief technical officer, like C-level officer, but at the start, obviously, there was not too many people to manage. So I remember that we all were doing kind of everything. Like everyone was the technical guy, the business guy, and so on. But as more and more people joined our company and we grew, then I switched to technical side, being a CTO and less writing a code. After some time passed, I moved to being a delivery manager. And yeah, I was a delivery manager back then. Still, I didn't know that it was called a delivery manager, but yeah, I just kind of liked what I was doing. And after that, when the opportunity presented itself, we joined forces with EPAM in EPAM Georgia. I moved to EPAM Georgia, became a senior software engineering manager and delivery manager, now like title-wise too. And I got back to my passion of being involved in .NET world. And yeah, here we are.
That's impressive, actually.
Thank you.
And I think at the same time, it's also very inspirational, especially for those ones who are just starting off in their careers, maybe for the people who are thinking of transitioning to some different roles. And for sure, like while being a .NET engineer, while leading the tech teams, you had to have these hard skills, technical skills that are essential when you are such a professional. But we also should not neglect some soft skills that you also need along the way. Could you share some soft skills? Could you name some of them that helped you to reach success in your field?
Thank you. So when we think about soft skills in the tech world, I would like to start from the very start, just focusing on soft skills. I quite often discover that soft skills are kind of put on autopilot mode.
Mm-hmm.
So folks sometimes are having troubles connecting deeply with their colleagues, or they understand that there is something missing, but this is a soft skill like communication and stuff like that. They don't put an energy to improve soft skills.
Mm-hmm.
What I would suggest is that it doesn't matter if you're in tech, so it doesn't matter which specific direction, profession you have. I think focusing on the soft skills and just putting effort in it is very beneficial in every interaction that you might have. It's generally about soft skills. I would like to think about it as soft skills are also skills, and they can be trained. So yeah, I think we need to focus on that. If I were to think about the most important soft skills, first of all, I'd say maybe communication, right? So once again, I'm sure the guys are thinking that, okay, it's same thing every day, but yes, I quite often find that communication skill is neglected, or it's just being forgotten. It is what it is kind of thing. So I think it should be trained. Then, but don't stop there, maybe. Presentation skills are also very important, I would say. Maybe just not maybe on the level of conference speaking, but general presentation skills. Even if you don't do presentations on your daily job, it will surely show in other areas of communication. So it's a great skill to master. Second thing that I would focus on is giving and receiving the feedback.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite challenging because feedback is kind of thing that by its core, the idea of feedback is to help each other improve, right? We need to help each other grow, and that's the main idea of giving a feedback. But at the same time, when giving a feedback, especially if it's not particularly the great feedback and you want to suggest some improvements to your colleagues, sometimes we are all humans and emotions overweigh us, and it's a very, very difficult to strip that feedback from personal, like emotional part, and just to be very constructive and very straight to the point. So I think that part should also be trained because it's very important. I mean, it has one of the bigger impacts on your colleagues. Continuing from giving a feedback, if we think about it as from leadership perspective, I would say that the patience is one of the skills that all the leaders and all the people in tech industry should focus. Why am I saying leaders? If you are leading something, then there's a high chance that you've done the same thing that you were leading in the past. Right now, you've gained experience and you want to show others how it's done and help them. But the thing is that it's a human emotion and human urge and expectation, I would say, that once you share some things with your colleagues, you sometimes expect that they would grasp it immediately. They will immediately follow your advice or guidance and stuff like that. But unfortunately, that's not true. That's not how it works. Every change, every direction, and even working together needs time. And if leaders don't have that space for patience and they expect immediate results once they share something, it's a path for failure or suffering, I guess. So there is that. I would add here the emotional intelligence, because I do believe that there is no technology, tool, or documentation and whatever in the world that could cover the human interaction part and cover the emotions part and so on. Emotional intelligence is one of the very important skills to master, because no matter in what environment you are, to connect well with your colleagues, you need to understand them, and emotional intelligence gives you that understanding. And in the end, all these soft skills make your life easy, and you navigate together with your team a bit faster. Last but not least, one of my favorites would be learning. Not teaching necessarily at this part, but learning. I think everyone should be able to understand how they learn themselves. There always comes time when you need to just jump into learning. There's something new. You know that you need to implement that. You need to jump and learn it very fast. So that's the time. If you're ready, if you understand what's the best way you learn yourself, then just you're able to very quickly cover something, learn something, and then use it. So focusing on self-education and learning, I think it's a very important part. I think that's all that comes to mind.
That's interesting. And I think that we can take some notes on that as well, for sure. And everything that you expressed, it all comes with some practice, with some trials and errors, for sure. I think that you agree with that with me. And for sure, you actually mentioned the leadership role, receiving the feedback. And when you are just starting to be a leader, you are getting this managerial role. Of course, you take the ownership of the very successful stories as well, but with the leadership comes a fair amount of some problems. So how do you approach the problem solving?
What I do in general, what I at least like to do, is that think about that leadership comes like the solving of some things is part of our job descriptions. I don't necessarily like to think about it as some just other things that you do, and sometimes there are problems. In an ideal world, if all the communications were clear, if all the ideas were expressed correctly, I don't know if the tooling allowed us to very easily understand each other. In the ideal kind of world, managers would do kind of administrative stuff maximum, right? Because there would be no need for mediating and just need to understand the bigger picture and stuff like that. But that's not true, and that's the beauty of it all. I think the daily job of managers is to help connect people, use the experience to guide teams, help them grow, stuff like that. So first, I'd like to think about it, every problem that arises along the way, that, yeah, it's part of the job. Second one, if we talk about methodologies, would be focusing, trying to strip yourself from emotions and trying to do some critical analysis of the issue that is at hand. Because once you go deeper into understanding the situation or the story or the context, you quite often discover that there are many layers to it. And it's very important to understand those layers to be able to successfully, on the long term, close the issue or improve something, or just those kinds of things. If you fix the small problem, then it reappears in some time. So I'd like to try to ask questions to my colleagues, involve every other party. And then when I come up with a solution, I think that's a very important part in executing solution, is to actually involve your colleagues and people responsible and people that can help you. Because with the managerial responsibilities, they quite often comes some kind of power, some kind of ability to resolve things very fast if you move on your own, right? Everything is done very quickly. And once again, it's a human urge to just dive into it, resolve it, and continue focusing on some other things. That's okay. That's understandable in some cases. That's the only way. But in a bigger picture, if you're trying to improve things, improve environment in the long term, if you ask help from your colleagues, you might get a little bit slow at the start. But as the time progresses, you will quite often discover that in some of the cases, less effort from team is required, and the team is able to move through everything much more quickly. So thinking about it and involving actually your colleagues, who at first you might think that might slow you down, is actually a good idea in the long term. And this affects relationships with customers, the delivery, the team members, and everything alike. Yeah, I think those are my thoughts regarding this.
So, like from the project perspective, it's like a long-term thing that will work with the teams that they will just strive to make the best things to develop, for example, the web application and stuff like that. So yeah, and as we just continue talking about the managerial roles as an engineering manager, how do you lead the technical teams and how do you foster this environment of innovation and excellence within the team?
Innovation is a very good thing, right? So by definition, innovation means that there are to our application, there are some new tools, environment, frameworks, tooling, many other things that improve our lives. So main idea of innovation of how I'd like to think about is that reality of it all after innovation is that it should be reflected on your team. If you change something, something should improve. Tricky part though, which I faced myself as I was younger in like software engineering, because this is EngX conference and I'm sure just following the best practices is kind of tricky, and I hope some of the people will understand, especially software engineers, of what I'm talking about, is that like it's a tricky part. You always want to implement something new, innovate in your team, but the tricky part is that does it really increase your productivity, quality of delivery, customer relationships, just whatever. So, and it sometimes these all things give you the false feeling that you've actually improved while you're just implementing something new, but it doesn't show at the end result. So it is very important to prepare the ground kind of reports, the data. So we cannot innovate without data. I think we should prepare an environment where we can actually measure results of our impact in a short term, in a long term. Because at the end, if numbers are not improving, quality is not improving, overall maybe team mood and environment is somehow not improving, then I mean that innovation can be delayed for some other project or environment. So that's the ground preparation of the mindset that I approach it with. After that, once you've done that, there are people in your team, 100%, that will support you. So not everyone. What I've discovered is that, I mean, there is a saying, if something works, don't touch it. And it's not entirely false. I mean, it's not entirely false, but innovation and better environment is driven by people who are just kind of risking it to some degree to just try something better. So I think in the team, you should find people that will follow that path with you. And it's always better to do it together. It's specifically very, very true regarding EngX, by the way, very true, that there is no way in world you're able to implement engineering practices alone. It's a team effort. So it applies here too.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting for sure. And like you've come a long way to this position, to such an influential role, and you had a lot of experiences along the way for sure. Can you share like any specific experience that played a pivotal role in your career and shaped your success afterwards?
Yeah, I can. I'd like to call it the story of incompetence. So this is one of my favorite stories that actually shaped my career. So this happened approximately after I was already experienced for 2 years or 3 years maybe. So I've been a software engineer at approximately 3 years. In general, I had no complaints on performance. I used to do everything well, and I did handle the tasks and assignments that I got. But I quite often, and this feeling grew step by step, had a feeling that I didn't own the process of me implementing or doing my tasks. It was rather a trial and error approach, when you try many things and some things work. I'm not saying it's necessarily the worst experience. I'm saying that there's a better way that I discovered. The issue with trial and error is that as I grew as a professional, my tasks and assignments were becoming more challenging and more trial and error was needed. So I didn't come to the point of failure, but this feeling was growing that, okay, the confidence was not there that I could handle with like confidently assignments that came to me. Percentage-wise, I remember that when I received an assignment task to do, 70% of something was unknown to me. I needed to Google it, search for it, whatever, to just research, and 30% I handled. It's not a good way to go. And there was a moment that I decided in my heart to step back, focus on growth, take an ownership of that I was not okay with being incompetent by my own measures, and become confident. What I liked about my decision, and I'm still liking about this decision now, is that instead of me trying to improve my feeling of confidence and moving to learn some other framework technology to extend my knowledge in that level, I decided to take a step back. I was C#.NET software engineer for 3 years. I said I will step back and I will cover the gaps I have in C# so that way when I receive an assignment, C# part, I can immediately understand everything, and I will need very small research. I remember reading book about, like, it was called Definitive Guide in C#. It was 700 pages. It was not fun at all. Yeah, it was different from my experience because it was not fun. I said that, okay, I am okay with education not being fun. But as the time, as the time went by, I discovered that, like, I bought Kindle. I was reading at home, in buses, and all the free time, and it just got to me. And after that, for 3 or 4 years, specifically regarding C#, .NET, ASP.NET MVC was released back then, and all just related disciplines. I read a lot of books. So that's when it changed it all, because after that I felt so confident. I just switched my jobs. I become team leader and solution architect. I actually, it was not just a feeling, because with that knowledge, I delivered some of our applications. It's been like 10 or more years, and these applications still work because I'm proud of it, and I check sometimes. So yeah, I know that this was a good decision. So yeah, the story of it all is that confidence and knowing and actually making a change comes from honesty first by yourself, I guess, because everyone knows what feeling they get when they get new assignments. Do they feel like, okay, I can do everything with that. This is nothing. This is just me typing some words on the keyboard and that's it. Or you get a feeling that, okay, I need to do a lot of research. So trial and error is not a bad thing necessarily, as I said, and it's part of the job, definitely. But it takes much time, and sometimes it takes too much time. So focusing on growth and actually maybe even choosing the next job or your future, focusing on an environment that will help you grow and gain that confidence that you own whatever you're doing. Very good feeling. I would recommend it 100%. So that's when it all changed for me after 3 years of being a software engineer.
That's really impressive. And you were making an emphasis on this education and constant learning and filling in the gaps. And for sure, when we're talking about the tech industry, it's constantly changing. We are getting new applications, new technologies every year. I would even say every day. So how do you stay current to all of these trends? Do you have any strategies to that? Do you have any approaches to that?
How I'd like to think about it. First of all, education become very different from like back when it's like the 20 years ago, and now education is very different. The best example maybe that didn't exist is like, so what's that? Okay, TikTok, right? Yeah, I mean, you would not think that TikTok or Instagram Reels or whatever are the like source of education. They're kind of feel more like just fun kind of thing, just watching videos. But if you go ahead, start liking just 2 or 3 videos of, okay, let's take AI. We know that just AI is just becoming more and more part of our lives, and it's important. If you like a couple of videos or you watch a couple of videos, there your entire feed transforms into 15-second videos that teach you AI very quickly, give you the links, the information, why it happens, why it is, where you can use it, and so on and so forth. So it's very different. You don't need to go a very long way to understand how it works. You can just use the small effort. And not only 15-second videos, but obviously you can open up the YouTube and find 2 hours tutorial on a deeply meaningful insights of what AI is. It's not just about like saying some facts, but going deeper and understanding the source where AI came from and so on. And I believe this is related to many, many things that we do in our daily lives. So education part became a little bit easier. Now we need to focus on mindset part or attitude, I guess, so that you actually put time in that education which is accessible. So from that perspective, I mean, I understand that it's not like constantly we cannot be performing on our 200%, spending like productive day at work, then family, friends, and finding much time to educate yourself and giving its hours. That, I mean, I don't think that it can be done obviously when you need it, but it cannot be constant. What I like to think about is that in reality, you don't necessarily need to just go into full educational cycle when you hear about something new. I believe that understanding the value and idea behind some new technology so that you are able to make connections where it can be usable in your daily life, so that when the time comes, when the situation comes in your life that you see some gap and you think, okay, that's the thing I'm going to use. If you are in that place, that's already enough to put you in a growing state. Because once that time comes, and if you are able to connect that, you will jump into learning, which we've discovered and discussed a couple of questions ago, that you need to understand how you learn, and you don't go immediately and go into details and deep learning. So I think having understanding of many technologies on a not very deep level, just ideas, is the way to go. And you don't need to do this alone. That's the amazing part of it. So we right now are even talking about EngX Community, and many amazing speakers share the details of how they go through just everyday challenges or some innovations, new things, new ways to do things. So being part of community is also amazing because the like-minded people give you not necessarily the training on some specific things, but the ideas of what you could focus on, just the ideas. And then you go ahead and turn those ideas into reality, and you focus on them. And I think that's beautiful.
That's definitely, I couldn't agree more on that. I would just like steal a few moments to talk about the EngX community itself too. If among our viewers, there are some people who are not yet involved in EngX community, please feel free to join us to the community that strives to excellence, where you can share your knowledge, where you can grow as well in this part and be among of, like, as Archil mentioned, like-minded people. We have a lot of locations: Latam, India, Baltic states. We also have in Turkey and Georgia. So please feel free to join our communities as well. And actually, at the very beginning, our colleagues asked you the question, how do you define engineering excellence and what EngX is itself? So I would like to address this question to Archil as well. What is your take on EngX?
I would not dare to go into some deep, definitive explanation, because there have been some amazing talks today that describe that. I would tell you my story and my personal take. Back in the day, when I first got those part, when I started reading books, I discovered that there are many people worldwide that focus a huge attention on, at least for me back then, the important thing was like code quality, code reviews, naming conventions, very basic things, because I was at the start of my engineering excellence journey. And the thing is that I would get very angry when I was the one following all these things. And around me, people either didn't know or didn't care. And I put so much stress and effort in it, and nobody even appreciated that. And it was like, yes, it's okay. And I used to have like talks with my teammates that they need to focus on this better. And as the time passes, so that's very important. But for me, engineering excellence like fully transformed after many years when I understood that the coding part is just a part of EngX, and EngX is much bigger than just software engineering part or defining the perfect stories in like Jira or any other tool, or having the documentation for QA. It's first of all how it all works, but most important aspect of it all is that relationships between colleagues, the human part of everything is also the part of EngX. That's why it's a constant effort and it's done by the team. And the second important part after something like being done by the team and it needs colleagues, the second important part, at least for me, was that it's not something that you do one time and it's implemented. Because that's how I thought back in the day, that just I would define my perfect code styles, and forever, as the long as application lives, everyone would follow those disciplines. But it's not like that. In reality, just we are all human. We are not some mechanic creations. So we sometimes go into different directions. There's a deadline. Sometimes we need to hurry. Sometimes, unfortunately, we don't have the capacity to follow all the practices, and we try to make something quicker, and that's okay. That's acceptable, because EngX is also the constant process. It needs to be monitored, and effort needs to be put in improving it. And if the team just puts constantly an effort, EngX level will stay high. It's never like the switch on off switch that something is implemented or not. It's a constant effort, and that's how, at least I think, EngX is implemented the best way, to just think about it like this.
Thank you very much for sharing the insights on that. And basically, what we have over here is that we've talked about EngX, we talked about the approaches that how you tackle the problem solving, your insight on different aspects of your career. And the thing is that when you are coming into such a long way, for sure you have the motivation, and for sure there should be some rewarding moments along the way that make you happy, that make you feel that you achieved something. So can you name any specific rewarding moment that stands out for you?
I think I can. There's one thing that comes to mind, and I will share that, but the interesting thing when I think about it is that most rewarding moments that right now are the most precious and important to me, and I'm proud of them. At the time when I was doing that something, it was kind of challenging. It took effort. It took my focus or something like that. So in reality, I see that most rewards from your efforts come later. That's my experience. They almost never come immediately. They are just delayed and delayed. And focusing on that process is kind of, if you train yourself, I mean, it's a philosophical, I understand, but that's how I feel. If you train yourself to get pleasure from the moment or reward while you do the work, it's a very, very good experience at that time when you don't have to wait for years. But the most rewarding moment for me, connecting past and current, would be today's event, meeting with Scott Hanselman, right? So you might know that one of the guests today will be Scott Hanselman, Microsoft's vice president. And back in the day when I said that I started reading books, one of the guys that I followed online and just read the books and followed the blogs and listened to him was Scott. And today, after 10 to 15 years, I will be meeting him, and I will be moderating his speech on EngX conference. This makes me happy, really. This is like connecting future and past for me, and it's an amazing experience, I guess.
That's truly great. And actually, when you're talking about your profession, how you've been coming through your career, through your path, you seem to be very passionate about that. And I think this will inspire other people just to dive in more into details of today's speech and just to discover something new, like the behavioral statistics, how to think about the education, how to think what you need, and to ask yourself what you need itself. So yeah, from my side, that's all with the questions. Thank you very much, Archil, for being my guest. And as I was mentioning at the very beginning, our viewers can also ask you the questions. So if you have not done that yet, please include them in the comment section or ask them in the Q&As. And before we will dive into the questions of our viewers, I just want to ask one more thing.
When
You were when you were talking about the education, you were saying that you read a lot of theory, a lot of books, but also should be some practice. And as far as I know, there is like a bit of how to say that there is like an ending fight between theory and practice, that you learn only by doing something, or when you were just reading the theory, you're not acknowledging the things. What do you think about that?
how I'd like to think about that, it's a bit controversial. Some of my friends don't agree with me too much, but I think we need to understand what practice is and what theory is when we talk about software engineering. I personally believe that practice in software engineering partially comes to typing the words on the screen. So I come from software engineering backgrounds that I focus on software engineering. So comes from typing the words from the screen, because unlike, for example, music, that's just one of the examples, you might know what to do, but you will find that your limbs, your hands just don't follow what you thought in mind. But in software engineering, if we think about that, if you have something in mind, there's a very big chance that you will be immediately able to write something on the screen. So I think practice in software engineering is having everything imagined even before you start typing. And I think for that to work, you need great deal of theoretical education, because at least for me, that has been my experience always. When you just gather the information and then start to write something instead of trial and error, you get faster results. So that could be one of the defining differences. It's implementation speed. So I'm really a big fan of gathering huge amount of theoretical knowledge, because we as humans don't use every piece of knowledge that we've ever read. It's only subset. So in case your overall knowledge is in theory too big, then you will be able to very quickly use even this small part of it will be substantial. I understand that many of the viewers would not agree, because, for example, the configuration parts always come in mind when there's something is different with what was written in documentation, and in real life it's different. I understand that, and I do think that yes, in these kinds of scenarios, you need the specific knowledge and practical experience, because theory sometimes is not right. But I would say that in software engineering, especially in learning the syntax, learning how things work, first of all, you should focus on understanding how it works in mind, and only after that start typing. Long term, I believe that it gives great results.
Thank you. That's very interesting to hear. And we actually have one of the questions over here. I can't find words to express how beautiful and cozy EPAM offices are all around the world. And shout out to Georgia EPAMers. Thank you very much for that words, definitely.
Thank you.
Yes, and by the way, like, do you usually come to office or you work remotely? What do you think about that?
So I quite sometimes come to office. So when it all started, so IMPAM is remote by design, so it was never necessary to come to office. So at first, during that pandemic times, we used to stay home, and at first I found it very comfortable to stay at home. But as the time passed, I feel the need to talk to my colleagues, because meetings are not enough to discuss some personal things and connect with colleagues. Because first of all, I like talking to people, and just I get some inspiration from that. And second of all, some new ideas don't necessarily come when there's an agenda to come up with some new ideas. Like that space when you meet somebody in a hallway and we discuss something new, that's beautiful. So I found that there are some days that I want to come to office, talk to my colleagues, maybe physically meet in some of the meetings. And if not, I tend to stay at home. So it's a hybrid mode for me. And yeah, hybrid mode, I discovered that works best for me, depending on the mood that I am that specific morning.
I think that's now how this luxury to work in hybrid modes, just to work from very comfortable home or just to come to office and socialize with the colleagues.
Yeah.
The ones that you see only from screen. So it's like really essential part, I think, and I could not agree more on that as well. We have another questions. What is your biggest passion except your daily work?
If it's in, so not in like software engineering tech, it's music. Yeah, I thank you for that question. I promise that I didn't write that question myself. But yeah, it's music, because music is beautiful and I play a couple of instruments and it's very relaxing time for me. Especially, I would say that playing music forces me to stay off my computer and my screens, and it's a great help when I need to relax and stay off my screens, because around me there are always the screens, and sometimes that push a little bit from sitting behind an instrument helps you to not focus on screen too much.
And what instruments do you play?
I play drums and guitar, but my latest passion was drums. And by the way, I will share this, that I used the same approach in learning drums, playing drums, that I used back in the day in learning the theory. When I started playing drums, I just didn't just...
I can't imagine how you do that.
I didn't start hitting random stuff. I went back and started learning the most boring musical theory. I'm not an expert. I'm not a professional, but still I started learning the music theory. And really, really it helped me understand the music better because I knew the theory. That's why you can always, when you see someone playing drums, they might play drums good, and that's very good. But the question is, do they, or self-check, of course, do you understand the context, the musicality, the situation, what happens within that song? That comes from theoretical education, because when you learn something, even in music, it all makes sense just very easily. So yeah.
And I think that you could make some connection with that too, because recently I was watching some YouTube videos about playing drums, because I was into that for a little while. I just can't do that at all. But still, there were musicians who were playing in one band and they were listening to the music without the drums. And then they had to play the drums in that way. And I think this could be connected in some sort of way into managerial part as well. It could be connected with like writing the codes too, because one person can write the code in one way, but if you give the same task to another one, he can come up with some different solution. So
I will dare to assume what you're talking about. Dare to assume. It's one of the recent videos where Chad Smith from Red Hat. I guessed that. Yes, I guessed it. That's an amazing. That's one of the. When I was saying that example, I said, okay, just Archil, don't say it. But as you started it, I'm gonna go through it. So yeah, if you are interested in music, Red Hot Chili Peppers is Chad Smith on one of the videos, plays 30 seconds to Mars's drumless tracks, and he immediately comes up with the solution. And he plays his own parts. But what's the most interesting in that part, and what I am trying to explain, is that he doesn't know the song at all, but he understands the musical context so well that on the first take, that should have been his listening session, he goes ahead, immediately starts playing it, almost without any mistakes. It's an amazing video. And that's exactly the feeling when I'm saying the confidence and the owning and understanding the context. When you are able to very quickly understand the full picture of what's happening in front of you, navigating through that is amazingly easy. That's one of the great videos. Thank you for watching that. I didn't know.
I'm glad that you know about that as well.
It's very important.
We also have another question, is that how to deal with overthinking when you're a programmer?
Okay, that's a very good question. Okay, overthinking overall is a very specific issue. It goes deeper and understanding the basis. I don't think I'm the correct person of just going into all the details. How I do it is that when you're a software engineer, you have the urge to complete everything and you have the urge to finish it. And my experience is that sometimes you start something, the end of the day comes, and you just cannot stop thinking about it. You continue to work, and then you go to sleep late. You wake up maybe a bit later. The whole cycle goes to somewhere else. I think even though you might be very passionate about what you're doing at the moment, you should address that very professionally. If you don't know how something is done, step back, read through it so you have solutions and you don't have to think about it too much. If there's an issue with your colleagues, try to communicate with them and try to talk to them, maybe involve your manager, involve your human resources representative, HR person to help you connect with your issues more, because that connection, and it's okay if you're not immediately able to build that connection, you can ask help from someone to help you build that connection, and maybe that will help you to not do the overthinking part. And third one, think about software engineering. As much passionate as you might be in that, it's still a profession, it's a job, and there should be some healthy boundaries where the work starts and ends, when your personal life begins, because at the end, if it's all mixed and messed up together, it affects your personal life, it affects your professional life, and so on. So don't be scared to set some healthy boundaries and trying to leave the work on the workplace, go home, spend time with your family and friends, refresh, and then come back stronger the next day to tackle the problem together with your colleagues. And just, if we have just a couple of seconds, sometimes what I discovered is that even though our software engineering disciplines, Scrum meetings, daily meetings, especially because Scrum Agile is so popular and useful these days, people tend to not speak up when they need some help, and they tend to think that they need to resolve everything on their own. And if they don't resolve everything on their own, then they are not good at what they do. That's not correct. I think we discussed many things, that delivering quality product, delivering value is a team effort. You cannot handle everything by yourself, and that's the whole point of team. So if you risk it and try to speak up and try to ask for help, hopefully you will have the team that responds to that and help you, and you discovered that it's very natural and nothing to be afraid of.
Thank you so much for your input on that. We are running a little bit out of time. There are still quite a lot of questions coming as well. I would like to take one of them. Like, what advice would you give to your younger self?
That's what I would do. First of all, I would say that he should continue what he's doing, because sometimes I had in my life that self-doubts. It was not, of course, bed of roses and nothing like that. So it was, quite a decent time of challenges. And I would have given an advice that discipline beats it all. I often used to rely on motivation, so I would answer the question from that perspective. After all these years, I think that motivation, how we think about motivation, is a bit overrated. I think there is a time to choose between discipline and waiting for motivation, we should put our effort into just mastering the discipline. And I think we should think about motivation as some additional benefit in some of the days where it is a bit easier. As sometimes the weather changes, it's sunny outside and everything seems to be a bit more easy, something like that. So main advice would be, yes, to not stop and to master the science of discipline and continue what you think is right. Sometimes emotions overweigh us, and we strive from the path. We go into different path because of our emotions, but staying what you rationally believe that is correct way for you, that would be preferable thing. Just one more thing, it doesn't necessarily have to make sense from the very start, right? When you, for example, start educating yourself and you immediately don't become the master of something that you're doing.
I love that feeling, to be honest, sometimes, but yeah, I agree.
Yeah, even if you don't immediately get the results will come and they will come. So at the end, it would be like the bigger success, I believe, and I wish you for that. But yeah, you should not stop and you should continue growing in education. That's it.
It's like a cherry on top.
Yeah.
I would say, yes.
Motivation, yeah.
Okay, so we're now starting to slowly wrap up our today's session. There are some questions that were unanswered, but I would propose you to still leave the questions and we will then try to answer them maybe in some article. So please feel free to do that. And I want to thank you, Archil. It was a pleasure for me to have such a great speaker as you are. It was very interesting to hear all your stories, and I hope that I'm sure that the viewers that are watching us right now had some taken notes and will use all your advices that you've given along the way. So thank you very much for being with us and joining EngX Community Day today.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be able to express the thought that you had. So thank you very much. Thanks for the viewers that are staying with us.
Yeah, and for sure, thanks for the viewers for staying with us. First of all, for joining us, staying with us through the whole session itself. I would just, again, encourage you to join EngX communities, whether, for example, if you are in Georgia, you can reach out to us, you know our faces already, so we can help you with that definitely. And as I mentioned, we also have the EngX communities in different locations, such as LATAM. We have them in India, Baltics, Turkey, and basically, yes, this is the great space where the engineers can thrive, where they can have the best practices, whether they can just share their knowledge between each other. So it was a great session. Thank you all for having us, and have a great day ahead, because there are much more interesting sessions that are staying ahead. So please stay tuned, and thank you again.
Bye. Well, hello and welcome back to EngX Community Day 2023. I'm Sergey Konstantinov, and I'm thrilled to welcome you to our online event, Sustainable Green Software Development. As the world grapples with challenging and urgent issues of climate change, it's essential for us to recognize the various sectors, including software development, that tackle the crisis and contribute to a sustainable, low-carbon future. And before we begin, just a little reminder that the session is being recorded, and the recording will be available approximately in a week or in 7 days. So if you have any questions during the session, please drop them onto the agenda page. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our speaker, Chris Howard, whose interest is sustainability and open source technology led him to engage and collaborate with the Green Software Foundation. So, Chris, whenever I write my script, I use VS Code and it highlights my code green. Does it always mean that it complies with the Green Software Foundation?
No, unfortunately not. And great to see you, Sergey, as well. No, unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily mean it complies. But hopefully, after today's session, there'll be lots of interesting learning points that people will know to help their code be a little bit more compliant.
Okay. Thank you. So we're all ears, so the mic and floor is all yours. Share your knowledge.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. And great to be joining you wherever you are in the world. I'm just going to share my screen and we'll kick off. Excellent. Here we go. So my name is Chris Howard. I'm the open source lead at EPAM Systems. But I also, as Sergey's very kindly just mentioned, have quite a keen interest and look after our organizational membership of the Green Software Foundation. And today I'm going to be talking around that topic of sustainability, the ongoing climate challenge, and some of the principles and patterns that we can start to think about as we build and design kind of green software moving forward. So I think it's only fair to give you a little bit of context around the Green Software Foundation, and hopefully you can see on the screen. And a little side note here, my slides are quite kind of text simple. I try and talk as much as I can and give you a few kind of key highlights on the slides as we go through. So please do keep focused on those, but I promise there won't be too much to read, and there will be some visuals as well. So the Green Software Foundation, well, it has a mission, as you can see there, to build a trusted ecosystem of people like myself, like yourself, listening all over the world, standards, toolings, and best practices for creating and building green software. And don't worry, I'm going to explain what we mean when we talk about green software very, very shortly. But it also has a vision, and I think this is probably more exciting, around changing the culture of building software across the technology industry. This is about performance, security, cost, accessibility, but making sustainability a core priority of that software development. So perhaps 5-10 years ago, when we were talking about software development, we were maybe getting excited about the kind of agile ways of working, or even diversity and inclusion, which was a little bit of a hot topic. Now sustainability is really being embedded into that. And the Green Software Foundation are real champions, with some of the world's biggest organizations coming together to collaborate. If you want to check them out, it's greensoftware.foundation, and I'll be referencing them throughout this presentation. A lot of the material is also open source and Creative Commons, so some visuals you'll see are taken from the Green Software Foundation. So, defining green software. Some of you are probably thinking, gosh, what is this? Let's get into the detail. Well, hopefully I can do a good job of explaining it now and you'll get a view, and we'll keep referencing back to these key titles on this slide throughout the entire session today. But really, building green software and applying these green software principles to your software engineering does go far beyond the technical aspects and brings in things like organizational change, development, and culture. But we won't be talking about that necessarily within the scope of today. Just today, we're going to be focusing on the development aspects. And you can see we've got green software as an application that emits less carbon. That's the key part here, less carbon. This is not about removing carbon. It's not possible. And as we go through today, hopefully you'll get a benefit of that. You're never going to get a zero piece of green software. That's not going to happen. It's about emitting less. And how can we do that? What practices, principles, ways of working can we use? And what even changes to your code can you leverage to make that possible? And there are two key things that drive green software, or give it its kind of body, if you like. One is that it's carbon efficient. So this is about changing the architecture of the application to be responsible for emitting less carbon. And it's also carbon aware. And this is the area I get very excited about. And there's a big section on carbon awareness later, about changing the physical behavior of the application to understand how it's working and where it's working and when it's working, to be aware of the carbon that's in use, if you like. And under that idea of carbon efficiency, we have energy efficiency and hardware efficiency, two very important areas as well. Hopefully more exciting than checking the battery on your laptop. So we'll go into a little bit more detail around what those mean. But all of that comes together to build applications, solutions, software that are green, and we call that green software. So let's take a look, if you like, at the as is, like where are we today in the world? Well, why are we even talking about this? Well, by 2040, the global ICT sector, so this is information communications technology, and that's important to bring telephones and devices, etc., into the conversation, is expected to account for 14% of the world's carbon footprint, which is crazy figures. And most of that is coming from smartphones or smart devices and the data centers that facilitate that run those. And that means that actually this sector is on the trajectory to become really the most damaging. And I use that word lightly because I think that's a whole separate conversation, but the most damaging, or the potential to damage environmentally. And that's a strong figure. But similarly, if we then drill down a little bit into that data center conversation, data centers are consuming about 2% of the world's entire global energy, and they emit 3% of the world's greenhouse gases. And greenhouse gases, of course, we know are the damaging gases that exist in the atmosphere, that trap the heat and are leading to things like global warming. They're not the entire defining thing, but there are other factors that come into that. And there's plenty of resources out there for you that are interested in that conversation. What that interestingly does, though, is puts the data center industry on par with the airline industry in terms of those emissions. And perhaps that's a surprising factor to some of you. But how does this then ring true for a developer-centric view? Well, it's estimated by some official kind of journals and theories that there are about 27 million software developers worldwide. And by 2030, we're expecting that to hit 45 million. These are professional software developers. So that's an awful lot of people writing software and contributing to that carbon, but most importantly and most excitingly, having the potential to actually help mitigate some of those challenges and build and develop greener software. The United States is the largest, 4.3 million software developers at the moment. But GitHub, interestingly, and that's the open source world that I live in, actually looks at all contributors. So not just professional developers, we're talking about students, we're talking about interns, part-timers, people doing it for fun. They actually think there's about 75 million software developers at the moment. So that number is much, much higher if you start to think about all of the people that are involved in this space. Apologies, we just jumped forward a slide. And this is really where you all come in as kind of being able to play a part in this. So what does this mean for the software you're building? Well, I think that's where we jump into my next thing, which is the role of green software development. Software really is key, pivotal, and center to this conversation. And how can you, the software you're building, be a part of that climate solution? Because we genuinely believe, and what you're going to see today will demonstrate that you can be a part of that. Well, the first thing is that, as the first point you can see on the screen, is that software is the key enabler in that efficiency. And an inefficient software on the greenest device just doesn't make sense. So you can build the world's best hardware, the greenest hardware, if you like, and we'll touch a little bit on that. But if you then build a super inefficient piece of software, and I'll explain how that inefficiency comes to fruition later, then it doesn't really make sense. Secondly, is that while the hardware consumes the energy, it's ultimately the software that triggers the consumption. So me opening Facebook on my mobile device, or me checking my emails, or sending a message on Teams, or even listening in today, that's the trigger for the consumption of the energy. Every activity that we're involved in is software or an app or a solution kicking off that kind of carbon consumption. And finally, most importantly, we just saw those numbers on the previous slide. tech adoption isn't going to stop or slow down or even decline. So there's no point of saying this is going to change in the next 5-10 years. It's an upwards trajectory. No one's going to be able to stop that global trend. So addressing these challenges through software is definitely going to be part of that solution. So it is really about making our software, our solutions, our architects, our designs, whatever it happens to be, as green as possible. And this relationship relies upon the software we build using less energy. And unfortunately, it's not that simple. This is not about us turning off our laptop at the end of the day, or whatever it happens to be. And also, and maybe there's some of you in the hardware and infrastructure space, hardware doesn't escape either. So the software we're building should be built and made in such a way that it perhaps should be able to use old hardware, get rid of this idea of hardware kind of obsolescence, make that less of a problem. And we're going to talk a little bit about embodied carbon later on as well, and how carbon's involved in the manufacture of devices and how that's used across the lifetime of device. So as you can see, really, everything we're talking about goes back to that key tagline around carbon and carbon emissions and reducing it. It's all about reduction. And if we remind ourselves of that diagram, an application that emits less carbon, this is what we're going to be talking about. So how do then in these various steps, these kind of building blocks of green software, we're now going to jump into each of these and talk about them in a little bit more detail. And we call those the kind of green software principles. And I'm going to focus on 3 of them today, 3 that I think give the real kind of body to this conversation and also make sense to yourselves all over the world listening around engineering, business analysts, testers, QAs, architects, even perhaps some of you going through your own training in this space. These are 3 items that are going to jump out to you and actually be relevant to kind of engineering and the world that we're talking about from a software development perspective. So the 3 are kind of energy efficiency, carbon awareness, and hardware efficiency. And as we know, green software is carbon efficient software, meaning it emits less carbon. So only these 3 activities reduce carbon emissions of software. So we have energy efficiency. This is using the least amount of electricity possible. We have carbon awareness, doing more when electricity is clean and less when it's dirty. And we're going to explain that in a little bit more detail. And then hardware efficiency, this idea of embodied carbon. And they're the 3 things that we're going to drill into today. But I told a little lie. There is one important kind of foundation stone. And I am going to do a slide on it now, which is what we call carbon efficiency. So it doesn't directly reduce carbon emissions of a software, but it's important to understand where this green journey comes from. And we call this carbon efficiency. This is minimizing the amount of carbon emitted per unit of work. So that could be a task, a job, a process, a cron job, whatever it happens to be, so as to extract the most value as possible from that carbon. So it's important that all activities will always emit carbon, but we want to ensure that for every single gram of carbon that we emit into the atmosphere, we extract or we maximize the most value as possible. And being carbon efficient is about maximizing that value as much as we can. So in the software space, the part that we play in that climate solution is about building carbon efficient applications. And being carbon efficient is about building applications that add the same value for you and your users, but emit less carbon. So this is what carbon efficiency talks about. And once you've understood this idea that carbon emission is inevitable, we're not going to stop that. Carbon emissions are inevitable in this space. We can then move into our 3 areas, which are energy efficiency, hardware efficiency, and carbon awareness. So I hope you're still with me. We're going to jump into the 3 of them now. You've understood the idea of carbon efficiency, emitting the least amount of carbon possible, but maximizing value. Well, how do we do that? So let's jump in. Well, the first one is energy efficiency. And this is not, as I said at the beginning, about a little green light saying switch off this, etc. This is about real meaty stuff that we can start to be thinking about when we're building and designing software. All software, from the applications on your mobile phone that I just mentioned, through to training some of the world's largest kind of machine learning or LLM models, running in massive data centers, consuming electricity, all require electricity. And one of the best ways to reduce electricity consumption and the carbon emissions through software is to just simply make the applications more energy efficient themselves. And that's our first principle. So it's our
Excuse me, we're experiencing some sound problem, and I think we will check them and fix them real quick.
Hello.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I was muted for some reason.
Okay.
Hi. Apologies. So I was saying many of us get to the point where we perhaps don't see electricity as dirty. We kind of have this idea that electricity is clean. When we plug our laptop in or we jump in our car, when we plug our laptop in, we don't have dirty hands. But when we jump in our car and see the exhaust and the fumes coming out of the back, then perhaps we have a different conception here of what electricity means. But we can always draw a direct line from the source of that carbon through to the device at the end of the journey. And that's why we state that carbon can be considered or is considered a proxy for electricity and vice versa. But nicely and importantly, there are low carbon sources of energy. So we have clean energy, which doesn't produce carbon emissions. So that's nuclear, for example. We have green energy. So this is this is sources of energy. And then we have renewable energy, which is things like wind and solar. So there are lower carbon sources of energy that we can leverage all the way up to kind of the oils and the coals, etc., which are the high carbon intense. And each of these emit different levels. And this is important when we talk about carbon awareness in the next section. But for now, having this knowledge about the use of energy can help us to think about how we can make changes in our code to start to leverage that. So this is the idea around energy proportionality. And this is actually kind of ideated by Google engineers. So in 2007, Google engineers came up with this idea of energy proportionality, which is there's going to be lots of these exciting terms as we go through, and I can promise there's some even crazier ones later on. But this idea of energy proportionality is the relationship between power consumed by a computer and the rate at which the useful work is done, so the jobs we were talking about. For us, let's just call it utilization. It makes a lot more sense. And this is a bit important for us because as engineers, as analysts, as testers, the more we utilize a computer or a solution, the more efficient it becomes at converting electricity to kind of practical computing operations. So when we're designing these solutions, we need to be thinking about utilization. So to improve efficiency, for example, would be to run workloads on as fewer servers as possible, but have those servers running at the highest utilization rate, maximizing the energy efficiency there. And this often isn't the case. We know many of you will be working in infrastructure, etc., where you'll have servers running at kind of half capacity, ready to run up when something important happens, or you'll have VMs that are just sitting there dormant. And that has a purpose, a business case, but we really need to start asking ourselves, what is the relevance of that? How can we increase that utilization? And if you look at the graph there, you can quite clearly see the relationship between power and utilization is not proportional. So we've got let's take a laptop or a server down there. When the utilization is at 0%, it's still using power. It's in an idle state. It's sitting there dormant, but it's still consuming power. Just because it's turned on, it's still drawing it. However, as we push up that utilization, you can see it's not proportional. So at 50%, we're using a little bit more power, 180 watts, for example, and then we smash it all the way up to 100%. We see a little increase in power usage. So we need to be thinking about how we're leveraging and how we're relying on our systems, our solutions, our servers to really balance that utilization rate and understand that perhaps 50% to 100% utilization is not linear. We need to understand where we sit on that kind of that scale and how do we take advantage of that. So by now we've understood that kind of the idea of carbon extracting value, and we've understood that we want to get as much value out of that first gram of carbon. We've understood the point around driving utilization, so maximizing as much kind of capacity, really pushing out the workload. But what else? Well, this is where a second principle comes in. This is the idea around carbon awareness. And as you look at this very confusing graph on the right-hand side, which I'm going to explain, I'm just going to have a sip of water. So carbon awareness is the idea of doing more when more energy comes from low carbon sources and doing less when more energy comes from high carbon sources. So we just spoke about clean, green, renewable, and fossil fuels. So we want to do more when our energy is coming from some of those cleaner supply chains. We want to do less. We want to do less utilization or less work or whatever it happens to be when it's coming from those dirtier routes like the fossil fuels, the coals, etc. And we call that carbon intensity. So this is how much carbon is being emitted per kilowatt hour. So if we look on that graph, the gram of CO2, so
Looks like we lost sound again. I've got to check it out.
Apologies, for some reason I keep being muted. I'm back.
Yeah, we can hear.
Great. Okay, please do jump in. Apologies for this, everyone. So, of course, yeah, what we're saying here is if the carbon intensity is how much carbon is emitted per kilowatt hour, and as you can see on the graph, the gram CO2 / kilowatt hour. So this is what we're talking about. Imagine if you could then plug your laptop into a wind farm. Well, then its electricity would have a carbon intensity of 0, but that would suggest there's no carbon at all, and none of us can physically pick up our laptop and plug it into a wind farm. So that scenario is never going to happen. It's not possible. Devices, servers, they all have a carbon intensity. And that carbon intensity will be a mix of the current power sources in the grid, both the lower end and the higher end in terms of the carbon intensity. So our winds, our kind of solar have a low carbon intensity, and our kind of coals, our oils have a high carbon intensity. And it does, unfortunately, get a little bit more complicated because carbon intensity changes over time due to variability of renewable energy. So you can see on the graph, if the wind stops blowing due to unpredictable weather conditions, well, then we're clearly not going to have enough wind energy. So we're going to have to top that up perhaps with some more coal energy. So saying that we have a server here with a carbon intensity of X might be the case now, but if it suddenly stops, the wind stops blowing and we have to factor in electricity from somewhere else, then our carbon intensity also changes. Now, some of you are thinking, well, Chris, there's nothing we can do about that. Well, no, that's not the case. There is. And the next few slides are going to tell you some of the techniques we can start to build into. And in fact, some of the world's biggest organizations are already building into their solutions to really take into account. So this means that carbon intensity is variable, changes on time and location, of course, driven by the weather. So irrespective of whether or not you've really delivered on your utilization goals, you've built the best piece of green software. And I'll be sharing some examples, some code examples later on around how you can build better green software as well. There's still a lot more work for us to do. But if we can start to all think about those millions of engineers and developers, start to really think about leveraging and using more low carbon intensity solutions, and if we start to make that kind of embedded into our software, and I'm going to tell you how in a second, then that means that as an industry, as countries, nationally, internationally, we're going to start to invest in more of these cleaner solutions because the software, the devices, the solutions we're using are only using it at the time and the location when it's coming from those clean areas. So this idea of shifting, if you like, the shifting of where we get that energy from can be split into two strands. You can see those on screen. Being carbon aware means responding to shifts in carbon intensity by increasing or decreasing your demand. And we do this through two ways. So spatial shifting and temporal demand shifting. I promised you there was going to be another crazy name, and this is it here. And I'm going to go into these in detail, but spatial shifting, you can see, is moving your computation to another physical location. And then temporal demand is actually shifting to another time zone. So let's take a little second and jump into each of these. But what is important before we go on to the next slide is that these actual mechanisms, and I get so excited about this because they're in use already, have been shown in studies to reduce carbon reduction by 45% all the way up to 99%, depending on the type of renewables that are powering the grid at that time. So let's jump into the first one. So this is spatial shifting. This is the idea that moving your computation to another physical location where the current carbon intensity is lower. So it could be the region that naturally has lower carbon sources of energy, for example, moving to a different hemisphere. So on the graph, on the picture, very, very simple. You're seeing we've shifted a data center, perhaps that was in the US using oil. This is purely just for illustration. We've then shifted it over to Spain to use a solar renewable energy supply, for example. But this isn't always possible because if we think around the challenges, particularly around data and security and governance, then we have to think about something called temporal demand shifting. So this idea that we can't always pick up our data center and put it into a geography that has lots of sun because our corporate policies don't allow it. Our client doesn't allow it. Maybe the software we're building or the solutions we're working on don't allow it. So then we move to our second stream that they're very excitingly named temporal demand shifting. And this is the option really that you have to shift to another time. So this is about looking perhaps later in the day or when it's sunnier or when it's windier, and therefore the carbon intensity is lower. So let's take the dream scenario. I'm currently in the United Kingdom. It's grey and it's raining here. But let's imagine I was in Madrid. The sun is shining. I can get all of my nice energy from solar. And on that basis, what I want to do is I want to shift all of my operations, all of my processing, my workload to that sunny location. What we can see here is on the graph, and the time zone at the bottom is overnight here, is that just by shifting 1 hour, all of our workload. So let's imagine a system that's got lots of cron jobs running at night, for example, or updating a database, whatever it happens to be. Let's imagine that we're able to just shift that processing time by 1 hour. We can immediately see the dip in the carbon intensity, because what's happening is during the day, there's lots and lots of demand on the grid for energy. There's loads of demand for energy. So we're having to top up with lots of oil and fossil fuels, for example. But as the evening goes on, people stop watching Netflix, people stop cooking, they all go to bed, etc. At that time, it's the perfect opportunity for some of these massive enterprise systems to start to say, actually, there's less carbon being demanded, so there's less energy being demanded. The solution is carbon aware, if you like. It knows when the carbon intensity is high. So what we're going to do is we're going to shift an hour ahead, and we're going to start to use the energy at this time in the morning when there's no demand on the grid. So we're getting it all purely from kind of saved or reserves of, I don't know, green or renewable energy. Now, let me give you an application. Microsoft have actually released this within their Windows Update feature. So those Windows users amongst you, what they've done is they've actually built in a feature, and I think it's in testing at the moment, but working with the Green Software Foundation, you can check it out. There's some articles out there that users can schedule when they want system updates to happen on their device, not just like they can do normally now or later, specifically when that device shows them a time based on their local energy grid that it's pulling more energy from renewable energy sources than traditionally harmful ones. So Microsoft have built in the capability to use some open source platforms, etc., to say, this user is in Italy, this user is in Oregon, or wherever they are in the world, and at this specific time, electricity in that region is being generated by wind, and therefore this high intensity energy demanding update cycle, we're going to leverage at that time to use that. And that's the kind of software, that's the kind of green software, that carbon aware software that we should be building into our solutions to actually take that onus away from the user to think, oh, when should I update this or when should I turn this off, and actually empower the software to be carbon aware in itself. And because there is a lot of predictability, we have great weather forecasting metrics, we have lots of tools out there that can provide reassurances around when it is going to be sunny, when it's not going to be sunny, we can actually start to build tools that we feel confident about from an energy kind of carbon aware perspective. But what if those two things still sound, you're still thinking, Chris, this all sounds a little bit too tricky, I'm still not really sure how to approach this. Well, there is one more approach in the kind of carbon awareness toolkit, if you like, and we call that demand shaping. So a bit more of an accessible name here. This is about shaping your computation to match the existing supply without any geographic or time-based shifting. So what you're doing here is instead of moving or shifting time or geographies, you're actually changing the solution, the software, the application, whatever it is, to behave and act in a different way. You're shaping it. So if carbon intensity is low, you're going to increase the demand. So you're going to do more in your applications. And if the carbon intensity is high, you're going to decrease demand. You're going to do less in your applications. So what you're going to perhaps say is all of those updates, those really intensive utilization tasks, you're going to do those when carbon intensity is low, because you can use nice renewables. But when you're just doing some kind of word processing, wherever it happens to be, you don't need necessarily much going on. You'll do the kind of the lower intensity tasks there. And demand shaping for carbon aware applications, therefore, is all about the supply of carbon. It's about having your tools understand where that carbon's coming from and then shaping the demand to match the supply. And this then enables you to escape some of those challenges around governance and data security, because you're not actually doing any geographic location shifting. You're actually just making a very intelligent piece of software that is able to shift its own computational skills, run its jobs when needs be, check out what it wants to do based on the carbon intensity. And as engineers, therefore, what we should be thinking about is actually in these solutions, these tools that we build, where perhaps we, by habit, say, okay, well, we'll do all the update jobs at midnight and we'll do this thing at just before the working day at 7 a.m. Instead, we should take a bit more of a sustainability lens and say, do you know what, we should cancel that process actually, because the carbon intensity is super, super high, and we'll use shaping instead of shifting to move those activities to a much more responsible kind of time in the day. And that's it. That's carbon awareness, if you like. It's the big one, but it has so much potential for building responsible, sustainable applications that actually, as individuals, this idea about being able to build a tool that's carbon aware, almost giving it a bit of a personality, I think has such an exciting opportunity. So there is 3 principles, as I mentioned, and we're going to move on to the third one, which is hardware efficiency. And it's only one slide, but it's important to mention it. Some of you might be thinking, Chris, you're getting carried away here, but this one's actually overlooked. This is the idea that using the least amount of embodied carbon. So you might be sitting there on your laptop thinking, I'm trying to build a green piece of software here, but you need to remember that the laptop that you're using on has used carbon to get there. Embodied carbon, as difficult as it is to say, is the amount of carbon pollution emitted during the creation and ultimately the disposal of a device. So when we calculate an application's kind of total carbon pollution or emissions, we should also, in the grand scheme of things, consider, particularly at the enterprise level, the carbon that's embodied through running the solution. So things like its creation and its disposal. Those of you working in networks or architecture or infrastructure probably are always thinking about extending the lifetime of servers or devices. Well, by doing that, what you can actually start to do is spread that carbon, that embodied carbon, across multiple years, and then overall reduce your kind of carbon count. And we call that amortization, but we're not going to talk about that today. There's lots of information on the Green Software Foundation for that. Bold statement, using cloud computing as well does have the possibility to demonstrate significant efficiencies than on-premise, and many of you will understand that, because actually you can apply demand shifting as well as demand shaping to both of it and actually start to get a really nice wraparound kind of green, aware, sustainable solution. So cloud does have lots of exciting potential, but the Green Software Foundation's key message is about reducing. So things like offsetting and tokens and all of that doesn't fall into the scope of this. I know a lot of organizations get excited about cloud because they can push their data centers to another geography, and that's not what this is about. This is about being intelligent, building great solutions that are able to take on board some of these principles. So there are 2 approaches to hardware efficiency. As a final summary on this, for end user devices, it's about expanding the lifespan of the hardware. And for cloud computing, it's about increasing the utilization. And that's it, really. There are 3 principles. So as a reminder, we've touched on energy efficiency, using the least amount of electricity possible, carbon awareness, doing more when electricity is clean. And hopefully you've got some exciting ideas about some of the solutions you're using that you might be able to think about in that space. And then hardware efficiency, a little bit more challenging, but actually still part of the conversation we'll be thinking about. I am aware that I also wanted to give you some more kind of hands-on practices that aren't necessarily about designing and building carbon aware applications, but instead are what we call practices, not principles, that you can start to consider in your development. So we've got 3 slides, and these are software development practices. And I'm going to put my hands up. I didn't write these. These are sourced from the open source community. I'm certainly not an expert in this space. But this is just to give you a nice feel for the kind of practices that are out there that are available for you to be using in your day-to-day. And there's loads of these available on that website, patterns.greensoftware.foundation. It's about 50 plus of these from experts in the space as to how you can actually start to build and change the software you're building to be more sustainable and aware. So there's a lot of content on the slides, a few bullets to read. The green one is the key impact. So first example is around a green software pattern around compressing transmitted data. So some of these will sound very, very simple to some of you, and I tried to pick a selection. But by compressing transmitted data, we're thinking about how do we reduce emissions? How do we get the most value out of that gram of carbon? Well, from an energy efficiency perspective, if we minimize the size of the data transmitted so that less energy is required, because we're then reducing the network traffic, then we can definitely say that we're reducing the total electricity required, and therefore we are reducing the carbon emitted. So some of you might be thinking, well, this all sounds very kind of stepping stone and connected, but these simple practices, these ways of working about saying, if we can think about compressing the data before we fire it over to the client side or before we lock it up onto the FTP or whatever it happens to be, if we can start to think about compressing that data, then there is a positive effect in terms of sustainability. There are some caveats, as I mentioned. For example, you'll see there will be a slight increase in location-based marginal carbon emissions due to compressing and decompressing at different locations, because I know many of the architects listening in always like to throw some challenges back, and I think that's how these things get better. So absolutely, these things are not 100% kind of incredible to celebrate. There are challenges, and there will be offsets as well and challenges that need to be presented. But practices such as this, patterns such as compressing transmitted data, is one of the ideas that the Green Software Foundation is exploring, and the positive energy benefit that comes to it. Our next, a little bit more kind of exciting and less kind of data focused, is around stateless design. So removing state from your design to reduce that kind of in-memory or on-disk data that's being used by the workload to function. Therefore, we'll need smaller computing sizes. So we're thinking about utilization, we're thinking about using the resources available to us. Well, if we are using a virtual machine, for example, as I mentioned at the beginning, we sometimes have lots of VMs just hanging around, aren't necessarily doing anything. Well, if we can increase its utilization, we can therefore increase its energy efficiency, and we know that that's going to then go towards reducing our carbon. So, for example, something like stateless design, where we don't have all of that data sitting there in the memory needing to be called back and consistently kind of backwards and forwards, we can reduce the size of memory that's needed. And then in turn, let's imagine that's in an enterprise level, multiply that by, I don't know, 20,000 engineers, you can see there's considerable changes here. And then our final one is around tracking only necessary data. I think perhaps many of us are no doubt guilty of this. We try and build in as many kind of tracking points, touch points. We want to see as much data as possible. But let's think about actually, if we avoid tracking so much data, we avoid all of those calls, all of those kind of requirements to push things, download touch points, etc., then of course we're reducing the computation, and we can therefore reduce the amount of energy consumed. So that's it. We've kind of gone into green software. We've gone into principles around energy. We've gone on to hardware efficiency as well, although it wasn't necessarily the scope. And we spent a large portion of this talking about carbon aware applications, which I think is the most potential. I've got three kind of touch points, or three kind of things to pick up here. So one, please do start to think about applying these strategies into your design plans and ongoing development. Start to have these conversations with your team, maybe even refactor some code to think about when you're executing jobs, or think about the geography you're in. Two, definitely check out some of those practices. You're all going to be far more expertise than me in this. There's about 50 plus practices covering everything from AI, cloud, Kubernetes, image rendering, etc. on the Green Software website. And they welcome contributions from the community as well. So you might have some fantastic ideas. You can submit them and get those checked out. And then finally, a secret insider knowledge. There's actually a free certification from the Linux Foundation, the Green Software certification. And a lot of the content is really what we've been speaking about today. So if you like, if you didn't get anything else from this, take this as a kind of 40-minute private tutoring, if you like, on the Green Software certification. There's a lot more information on there, a lot more to learn, but it's actually for all practitioners. It's not engineering heavy, analysts, consultants, QAs, UX, whatever. The Green Software Foundation certification is available and free through the Linux Foundation. So please do check that out. And that brings me to the end. There's my Twitter if you want to check out what I'm doing in the open source space. I'd love to talk about open source and sustainability, but we'll save that one for another day. And I think we're going to go into questions now. So over to you, Sergey, I believe.
Now we have questions. So, and the first question is, in IT, how carbon awareness and carbon efficiency is currently measured? Can we measure that carbon in our IT industry, and how?
Yeah, it's a great question. And actually, I purposely didn't reference measurement at all in my talk, because I think we could talk about this for a very long time. There are various tools out there. I think you only need to go to GitHub and type in kind of carbon measure, carbon tooling, whatever, and you'll get loads of kind of indexes out there. But of course, I'm going to wave the flag for the Green Software Foundation. They've built something called the Software Carbon Intensity Index. And it's a formula which actually you can apply using a number of factors, so energy, intensity, where that energy is coming from, lots of stuff we spoke about today. And at the end of it, you get a score. And at the end of it, you get a kind of index, a point as to what that piece of software, that unit of work, could be a job, could be a web page or opening an app, and you get a score. And then you can apply some of these practices, these principles, and then execute that index again and see what impact you've had. And in some cases, I'll be super transparent, you don't see any change. And you actually think, well, there's no point us executing this piece of work because it doesn't have a positive impact on the carbon. Of course, in other cases, you do see a saving, and then you can start to roll that out across it. But there are loads and loads of measurement tools out there. Some organizations are building their own. I think that's fantastic. But in the spirit of open source, I'd love to see more people leveraging things like GSF's index and then building and contribute back onto that.
Yeah. Cool. Well, actually, I think maybe in the near future, some laws will may be passed to control this. So we need real measurement of that. So to comply with that green laws.
Absolutely. I mean, again, another area we could talk about is around kind of the protocols, the kind of greenhouse gas protocols, the scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions that many people will have heard about, and how globally emissions are tracked and where those emissions are coming from. There are, absolutely, as you say, there are already companies that are building into their procurement policies kind of caveats that say we will only engage with organizations that are able to demonstrate X, Y, and Z. And similarly, like you say, there are definitely laws. We only have to think about things like the COP summits and the various Paris agreements, etc., that are now mandating that certain organizations are able to demonstrate usage of X, Y, Z in terms of their own energy. And I think that's why this is exciting for the development space, is that as engineers, we're kind of on the precipice, the cliff edge of being really hands-on with this. We could be the people that turn around and say, we've built a solution that is carbon aware, that it already takes into account all of these factors. And from there, we're now able to kind of wave our flag for our organization and say we are really championing the sustainability conversation.
Well, maybe governments, if they're interested, can go further. Maybe they can give some tax preferences for that. So if you're green, you have your tax preference,
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, maybe even individuals. It'd be fantastic if we could all demonstrate through our own recycling and reuse that we perhaps got a tax break. But yeah, absolutely. I think there are loads of incentives out there. I mean, tax breaks would sound like a fantastic idea.
Yep. And we have another question. Does compression not decrease carbon efficiency by using more CPU power?
Absolutely. So this is exactly the point that I think is so important, that a lot of these practices have assumptions and caveats in them. So if you are compressing, of course, you're increasing utilization on your device. And by increasing utilization, you're demonstrating efficiency, but at the same time, you're demanding more energy. So then what you need to think about is, and this is where it can get a bit blue sky, is you could then say, well, I'm only going to do my data compression in the evening when I know that carbon intensity is low, and therefore I'm going to be using wind power only. And then once I've done that compression, I'm going to then upload it or fire it across to whichever geography it needs to be at this time, or when we're using a data center in another location. So absolutely right. It will have a positive and a negative, but what you have to do is you have to work out what that net is and then make a decision. And you could get carried away with this, and I'm sure there are loads of people out there that would start to think, well, we could do X, Y, Z, and then you might end up with a process that takes 36 hours to execute, which is not ideal for anyone. But similarly, think about the kind of data you're compressing. Are we talking kind of terabytes, etc., or are we talking a few images on a website going between kind of corporate devices? It's about kind of understanding where we sit on the enterprise level. But that's a super valid point, and perhaps demonstrates it better than my slide around the positives, but also the negatives, or the kind of thinking points that have to come apart, that a kind of realistic lens when you look at this.
Yeah. And by the way, do you maybe have any idea about how our cloud providers, are they in that green competition? Do they make their data centers green, or maybe they have a green index? So which cloud provider is greener than other?
Yeah, so there's two answers to this. So from a supply side, so for the people that are using cloud, and perhaps many of you have got your own kind of Google Clouds or AWS that you're logging into, there are features within those tools, fantastic features that show you where your data center energy or is kind of being sourced from. And I think you can go in, you can look at how much carbon you've emitted through your operations. You can actually say, I want you to execute from this region, because perhaps you've got your own prior knowledge. In fact, even some of the suppliers have a little green leaf next to the graphs that say this is coming from a renewable data center. On the other side, there are, of course, green data centers, we call them, or data centers that are geographically kind of located closer to where operations are happening. There's lots of stuff going on around sustainability in data centers and how we can reduce overall energy consumption. But what I think is really exciting is actually, as individuals, we know we've got the tools, we've got the processes to actually empower ourselves to go beyond having to rely upon a third party to tell us that our energy is coming from a green data center. We've now just seen in that kind of last 40 minutes that there are tools out there that will enable you already to start to think about your own solutions. So perhaps take the onus off the supplier and start to actually build it and embed it into your own software. And then you can be almost certain that you're using kind of realistic, sustainable kind of renewable sources.
So talking about software, well, people are asking, isn't in should we now stop using like Python as it probably is considered the most energy consuming programming language? Well, I personally thought it was Java actually. Well, but what about the programming languages? Right.
Yeah, this is how you immediately make friends or lose friends. So I'm absolutely not not going to play that game. What I am going to say is that Rust, for example, is actually seen very, very positively in the sustainability space. So there's been lots of exciting kind of studies into the computation required to process and kind of render and do what it needs to from that coding language. But similarly, and I think rightly so, there's also been some criticisms around the models that are used to actually compare things like Python to Rust, Java, etc. There's an offshoot that I want to mention, which is around open source and around open source languages, of course. I mean, some of the biggest languages in use are Python, JavaScript. And I think we have to take a sensible hand to say, we shouldn't necessarily be saying one language or the other is better. We should be thinking about how we're using those languages to build solutions. So it's not the, in this case, it's not the tools, it's the end product, which I think is the important point here.
And I see a question people are asking, are there any best practices to encourage more and more users to use software systems in a more energy efficient way?
Yes, there are. I mean, I think the cheating answer would be that we should all feel compelled to do it, because I think we all care for the planet and we should all be kind of encouraged to do that. But there are organizations that are really getting behind it and kind of providing benefits and recognition to those organizations, to those individuals that are. In terms of practices, principles, or ways of working, I mean, I am going to mention the Green Software Foundation once more. They have an amazing repository on GitHub, which is not their tools, but it's an entire list of anything you can imagine in the tech space, but they're all sustainable. So if you're looking for something to do with CMS or images or something to do with even culture, writing strategy documents or product visions, there's an entire bank of sustainable frameworks, ways of working, practices that aren't theirs, that are crowdsourced, brought from the community, that are very, very kind of easy to digest, very, very easy to access, not super complicated. I know today we mentioned lots of things like temporal demand shifting. I promise you there's none of those words, but there's loads and loads of frameworks and models out there. And the Green Software Foundation has a great repo that lists all of those under the title Awesome Green Software.
Well, I'm just wondering, what can we do now to cryptocurrency and miners?
Yeah, good question, and I'm gonna add AI to that as well. I think we're on this. 2-3 years ago, we were talking about the environmental damage of the blockchain, et cetera, et cetera. Now we're realizing how data intensive AI and large language learning models are, and I think we're not going to be able to escape that. We're not going to be able to mitigate that. What we are going to be able to do, though, is unlike where we were with blockchain, where perhaps, maybe some of you will disagree, we were perhaps caught out with the blockchain kind of emergence from a sustainability perspective. It happened, and then we realized. With AI and LLM, we can't be naive and say we're not aware of this. We already know the demand, the intensity that these operations will have from an energy perspective. So we should, from day one or day zero, be embedding and building in these practices, these principles, these ways of working to make sure that we don't have the equivalent of a kind of mining operations with hundreds of servers doing the same for these kind of large language AI models, which are very, very powerful and beneficial, but at the same time can very much expedite that kind of negative carbon trajectory that we're on.
And besides miners, we have a great number of gamers, and the gaming industry is huge, and the guys are playing day and night, and lots of them, by the way. So how can we affect them? How can we make them stay green, or can anything be done with that gaming industry? And
I think it can, and I think it's probably a simple answer. It goes back to the data center conversation. So if we think of some of the biggest kind of online games that are out there, you can pick regions where your servers are. You can say you want to play for X on X server or X location. You can even have in your settings kind of configurations to say when you are playing and where you're playing, etc. I think that they, as organizations, can perhaps start to build into their own software kind of mechanisms to kind of attribute users to like low carbon intensity. So maybe you suddenly see a reduction in the quality of the players because you suddenly jumped over to a country that perhaps doesn't have as many good gamers. And I'm not making any statements here, but you could just feel confident that you're aware that you're using sustainable energy. Similarly, I think what's interesting and exciting is a lot of these games obviously rely upon massive amount of data in terms of just to get them to operate. So if we take things like the Unreal Engine, which is obviously used across a number of gaming platforms, the data that's physically required to execute that and the downloads to local machines, perhaps they could start to explore and mirror things like we saw with the Microsoft Update Initiative to actually say, well, we'll only push these updates. We won't push them at the point of initiation on the device and say, you cannot play until this has happened. What we might say is that at 7 p.m. tonight in your region, you're going to be using solar energy or whatever it happens to be. So we're going to push the update then. And I think if you measured that, extrapolated that across the millions and millions of gamers, you could definitely see a positive impact. Absolutely.
I agree. And there's an interesting question. And the question is, when silicon-based calculation would be more power efficient than protein-based calculation, that is, calculations in a human brain, so would it mean that it would be end of protein-based life on the planet?
Wow, okay. I think I need another coffee for this one. I'm going to take that as a thinking point as opposed to a question, Sergey. But yeah, absolutely, it's a very good point.
All right, let's take a look at another question. Well, isn't in general enhancing application performance will eventually lead to less energy? So I think the answer is obvious, yes.
Yeah, I mean, we could have just got rid of my 36 slides and just had that on slide number 1, and I think we'd all get the message. Absolutely, it is. If you can increase performance, you can increase efficiency, you can maximize utilization. You go back to that very foundation stone, which is around carbon efficiency, and it's about getting the absolute utmost value from the gram of carbon that's emitted. So not just doing a quick fix, building a kind of hacky solution that does what it does and executes when it needs to in X geography, and instead making it carbon aware, spending a little bit more time, using a little bit more computational power to spend some time, both protein and silicone based, and then having a solution that's far more responsive, sustainable. Absolutely, it's going to reduce carbon, it's going to reduce emissions, and it's going to make you a far greener piece of software.
Well, and the last question, not even a question, but maybe you can give us some good advice, what we can do in our homes to make our world greener. We have lots of gadgets, computers, laptops, whatever we have. Yeah. What is your advice for us?
Yeah, my 2 pieces of advice, because I had a feeling this question might come up, is 1, think about what we just said around the idle state. So the idea that when something is in an idle state, and that could be as trivial as your TV in standby, or it could be the fact that you've had a very busy day working, you've left all your windows open on your laptop or your Mac, you've closed it and gone to sleep for 12 hours. The impact of that's still using zero utilization, but 50% of its energy, etc. So that's a very important point. And the second one is actually, if you have got smart devices, particularly some of the latest smart devices, take 5 minutes and just type in energy or sustainability on that device and see what options come up to you. You'll be super surprised. So things like nighttime mode, reactive screen brightness monitoring. You don't need 100% screen brightness when you've got your office electricity lights. Just take 5 minutes and have a look, and all of those little tiny things will have a massive positive impact. And if you are, fine, I'm going to take a final 30 seconds. If you're someone who's actually responsible for building some of those solutions, then start to look at what competitors, clients, other people are doing in that space and borrow those ideas in the spirit of open source to start to build them into your solutions as well.
Well, unfortunately, guys, we're running out of time, and I would like to thank you, Chris, for sharing your experience and insights with us, and I would like to thank our audience for their engaging questions.
Thank you so much.
And let's then now jump right into our next talk, AI-assisted engineering and more, where we will explore how AI can change the way we approach engineering and solve problems. Prepare to be amazed by the world of AI and engineering. I am Sergey Konstantinov. We'll be right back after the commercial break. Stay tuned.
Hi, everybody. Hello and welcome. My name is Darina, and I am honored to facilitate this extremely promising talk on AI engineering, assisted engineering by Alexey Didik, head of EngX and one of EPAM's most creative masterminds and strategists, having more than 15 years of IT experience. I've had the pleasure to meet and work with Alexey personally, so I know for sure you're going to enjoy his speech a lot. Alexey has this ability to inspire people around him, and I cannot wait to hear his take on AI, which has been the hottest topic lately. If you haven't heard, Alexey, hi, it's so nice to see you. How's
Hello,
it going?
Darina. It's good. Good. I hope the sound is good. All right. I'm traveling, so I have my AirPods in my ears, and I hope it's still gonna not interfere much with the quality of the conversation. Do you hear me well?
Yeah, I do. It's perfect. Where
Yeah.
are you, by the way?
I'm right now in our Boston EPAM office. It's a Boston Continuum office, and to be honest, it's the coolest EPAM office I have ever been. We have a lot of very nice offices, and Hyderabad office is extremely beautiful as well, for example. However, this one has a very interesting flavor because there is a design and innovation building in Boston, and this area is all focused on building the vision of the future, and not only vision, but also kind of like make it real. And this part of EPAM is focused on making like innovation stuff. And it's extremely nice office, and also it's located in a seaport area of Boston. For those who have been in Boston, there is a Boston Bay and there is a seaport, and this street called Dry Dock Avenue. So you can see even just like
Wow.
shipbuilding right here, and there is a Boston Bay just in front, and it's a Logan International Airport right here. So, and it's a pretty cool office, the way how it's designed and made. So it's really nice flavor.
Oh, I love this industrial vibe. It's really cool. Also, I can see in the chat that there's some issues with the sound still, like the noise from AirPods. Like
For
perhaps
airports,
it's better not to move that much. And I also can
Not-
hear you in waves. You know.
in waves. Okay, so I'm not sure just like what is the best way. I can try to switch to the just like regular, just to the regular dynamics of the MacBook Pro, but I'm not sure what's the best way. So let's just spend like 1 more minute. When I'm talking like that, you still hear me in bass? Is there a lot of noise?
Some noise. Yeah. Okay,
Some
let's
noise.
try it. Let's try it this way for a minute. Okay.
Yeah, just like because in the settings I cannot even really change the sensitivity of the microphone, so unfortunately it's gonna be like maybe like that.
Okay. Got it.
1 2 3 1 2 3. Sorry guys, you have to go through it. How is it?
Yeah, it's getting better.
It's getting better. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Alexey, I have a question before we jump into the presentation. It's a general question. What is your attitude towards AI? Like, do you find it a progressive boost of potential and a solution, or rather, like an ending of human era?
Just like, You know, to be honest, I'm a long time fan of Elzevir Yudkovsky, who is one of the top researchers of artificial intelligence in the world right now, and reading quite long time Less Wrong too. It's a website related to the rationality thinking and artificial intelligence. I just like in the beginning, it was March probably, on a February, I just felt so scared. I had been reading the long articles, and the most prominent question was, do we need to still save for the retirement? It's still going to end soon, for example, right? So, yeah, answer is actually yes, because if it doesn't end soon, you don't have money to retire, right? So, but in general, this is definitely like a very emotional and going into waves, like a roller coaster, just like feeling about what's going to happen.
Yeah.
We don't know, to be honest. The horizon of our ability to understand the way how it's going to evolve is probably longer than we can understand right now, but the changes from just like chatting to sending pictures and trying to analyze them to like recent advances in a more just like bigger topics, like you can post Figma link and it will create user stories for you and etc. So I assume we just need to enjoy the journey, be prepared and flexible and agile in our way in understanding. So any case, it's speeding up as a way how we need to adapt to the changing environments, including work and way how we work. So I wouldn't expect anything different. So my answer, let's see. At least we would experience it, right?
Okay. Totally agree. The best thing we can do is to adapt, or like at least try. All right. I'm sure we'll get all the answers, or at least some we seek. And in case we don't, like during your presentation, I invite all of you, I mean the listeners, people who watch us, to post your questions in the chat box. Like I'm going to monitor all the spaces to then deliver your questions to Alexei. So yeah, Alexei, the stage is yours.
Please deliver questions. Because guys, I'm gonna start sharing the screen, and you'll probably, because I have only one screen, you will see like something in the middle. But let me just like screen sharing because it's easiest with two monitors. And so where is my presentation and all other stuff? So I see the presentation right now. I do not see you, Darina. So just raise your hand. Tell me something. You still hear me? You see my deck, my screen right now, guys?
Not the screen, only you.
Only me? Wow. Okay, give me a sec. Present. Share the screen. Allow. Adoption dashboards. Okay, I assume this one. The screen, engineering excellence in area of AI, the bumpy road to it, travel notes. Yes. All right, guys. There is not like a polished deck which well polished speech, to be honest. You caught me in the middle of the travel, even two travels. The first travel is I am literally right now in Boston, while I live in New York. Yesterday, I just came to Boston by train, the day before. And today, in 2 hours, I'm going to catch another train to get back to New York. So I'm traveling right now for the client business and all other things. So, but my second travel is an understanding of AI itself and generative AI and continuously changing space in this area. So there is no polished deck. And probably it shouldn't be. It should be only those feelings and should be only those kind of understandings of what's going on. So we can continuously exchange those feelings and enhance each other's understanding of changing environment we live in related to the generative AI itself. So that's why it's travel notes. And those travel notes, like, if you open like a notebook and you can find some well-defined thoughts, less well-defined thoughts, maybe even some pictures or some poems or etc. So let it be these travel notes I would like to share with you today. And as soon as we're going to move forward, I'll continue sharing it. Okay? So the first thing I would like to talk about is that what happened. And what happened in like February, March when the GPT 3.5 and the GPT 4 was already just like around, and everyone started to talk about it, and everyone started asking, how is it going to change us? What's going to happen? Are we going to have AI developers soon? And all other things. And everyone started to try it. And everyone got this first initial feeling, if you probably remember, of like, wow, this is so magical. You can do this stuff. And this magic like feels from one side so powerful, and from another side, maybe just like very scary. And we just like started to think how proficient we are going to be, how successful, how just like cooler it's probably we're going to do stuff. And at the same time, this scary feeling. So in this moment, I also had it. And I saw just like, hold on, we need to just like maybe a bit hold on in our expectations. And as soon as something seems magical, we need just to wait and invest time in our understanding of the technology we are getting. Even if it seems magical, only truly getting in the weeds and understanding what is it behind, how does it work, what is the limitations here, and etc., can enhance our power. So that's why I didn't just like following the Hartner-Harp cycle, for example. I didn't want to expect the same from large language models and generative AI in general, right? So it's just like, let's make it just like invest time in understanding it. Let's do not hope that tomorrow we're going to develop 15 times faster and just like start developing it 15 times faster trying using AI. Instead, invest this time in understanding how it works. So I made this initial effort, and this slide is like from this period of time, like which is around like March, April, is that I'm trying to understand what is it. So it's actually predicting what's in the context, and it's a probability machine behind it, right? So it doesn't think by itself. It doesn't just like have a like true reasoning and understanding what is truth and what is not. So it's not always correct because it's based on potentially incorrect knowledge. And as soon as those probabilities between words are built on this probably incorrect knowledge, how we can be sure that it's correct or not, and that it's have a short memory, because initially it was feeling like it learns, it knows, and etc. But it's not. You can build definitely like additional layers of fine tuning. However, it doesn't have memory by itself. I even had this feeling like we're all going to be connected, our souls are sharing. There is nothing like that. So it's limitations, and they're going to change those limitations. The nature is going to change, but understanding it helps us to kind of more just like become even more powerful in usage of it. So, but as a head of engineering excellence program, I assume the main question for me is that how the engineering is going to change. What are we going to do faster? Are we going to do slower? What's going to happen? And it was a lot of very unclear messages the whole summer, probably the whole spring and the whole summer. Is just like, yes, GitHub reporting 50% more productive, 60% more in the flow, all other things we heard, right? But is it just true? Is it how it's truly going to influence it? And as soon as I'm a head of engineering excellence program, and the last like already almost 8 years, I am focusing on understanding the nature of software development performance and productivity of people, which depends on so many different factors every day, including being scared that AI can replace you. So are we truly going to deliver faster? So I had been starting like to approach this program, but not in a way that let's have a tool and measure is it more effective or less effective, but more in a way in understanding how we're going to interact with the tool. And I had been thinking that right now the main kind of an approach in development is then when business having an idea coming to development teams because they need technical solutions for the business problems they have or from the business ideas they have. And they just like need to development team by themselves, they need to create technical solution for technical problem for the business. And how those people are interacting, they are mostly interacting through the words. So one people explaining idea to another people using like intermediate set of artifacts, say it's designs in Figma, or it's user stories, or it's just like words in all the functional requirements document, which is probably still in place a lot. And I have been thinking how we can influence on the success of development team to delivering technical solution for the business problem better. What business can do, they can choose better team from technology perspective, from skills perspective, from the time zone perspective. They can provide definitely better requirements, because if just like garbage in, garbage out, the way how it's all usually told, and quickly verifying, accessing results. So you do not wait 2 years to develop something you envision it and then find out that it doesn't work this way. And development team by themselves, they also can do better. They can contribute in requirements quality, because for business sometimes it's not clear what they can really do in order to explain better what they need. And development team thinking in the technical solution terminology, they can influence it. You can definitely continuously, as a development team, you can evaluate your own efficiency and be aware about your own challenges, and you can test produce the results. But what's the difference between AI? I mean, so at this moment, most of the communication AI happens in about the same way, right? It's still in words. So it's natural language processing, which is so magical, but truly this is the same kind of a communicating your ideas. It's not a business ideas probably which need to be converted into the code and working solution, but it's also ideas about what should be done. You still need to create language, and each language which is going to be understandable, there's still process of a communication. So by adding generative AI into development mix, you literally adding another need for the communication. And you know, sometimes communication doesn't work. We have all arguments in our families and with our loved ones and with our friends, and even sometimes within our own heads we argue with just like different parts of us. So communication is going to happen, and you need to develop this new way how you can communicate with AI. And as soon as business can help development teams and influence on success, development teams can support success, I would say that the same is applicable. So development team, by choosing better AI for the specific goal, or by providing better requirements, assessing results, and AI can actually do something. So those who are creating solutions for development teams using generative AI, they need to be aware that they need to collaborate on requirements quality and give feedback on the prompts we are getting. They can evaluate their own efficiency and learn from it. And that actually GitHub Copilot is doing it, because it keeps context of what you accepted and not accepted as solutions, right? And it learns through that too. And it can test produced results by themselves, so they can understand better what is truth. One more thing which scared me probably the most is that verification of results produced by AI through the delegation. You delegate it to AI, you need to verify results. It actually can lead to the stalling of your competency. Now you know how to develop, you delegate it to someone, you need to verify after someone, but verifying is not the same. There is a conjunction fallacy, and it's a very well-known bias, cognitive bias of people, which says that people, they usually verify not the correctness of something. They verify more like, I would say, not the true correctness of something, but more plausibility of something. So you don't want to have spent time. Sometimes to verify correctness of result, you need to spend an amount of energy almost equal to producing it by yourself. And when people are seeing complex solutions, they usually have a tendency to think that they are more correct just because they look complex themselves. And you can get into this stalling, into the way how you can delegate work to AI. You will try to verify result. Result is complex and looks beautiful. And we saw it when you're asking ChatGPT about making like a big text, and just like it replies you with a lot of details. By default, you feel like, wow, there is so much details. It definitely knows what it's talking about. But as we also know, sometimes it could be complete BS. So that's why by asking AI to do something and then hesitating to verify its correctness, because it's not always correct, you can start losing your skill. And that's what also scared me. But let's stop talking about maybe this part already and start coming back to the question, which this pug is asking, like, are we going to still develop software faster? And I still don't know. I definitely feel the way how it can influence, but still don't know the answers. And here, before I'm gonna go inside the weeds of the specific of generative AI, I'd like to share with you several interesting outcomes of DevOps DORA research, State of DevOps research conducted by DORA and Google Cloud in 2022, which contradicts to a lot of things I spoke about before. Because like if you're reading like DORA research 2019, it's just saying, those are cool practices. It's all going to be better. Those are things you're going to deliver faster and all of that stuff. However, all those cool and nice practices in 2022, the way how they conduct research just shows very contradictory and very scary results, right? So just like you're using trunk-based development and suddenly you find that actually it's an unexpected negative impact, even if before it was positive. So the documentation practices can actually just like have a negative defects on the delivery performance, and loosely coupled architecture with continuous deployment increase the occupational burnout and all other things. You can read through the slide if you want, and it just like can report itself. So it feels that this environment we're working on, this work on the software development performance, is not so straightforward and simple. You cannot define A, B, C in a checklist and get a final perfect solution. Everything is going to work well. It's much more complicated because the amount of variables in place, it's just like tremendous. Like people and the way how they feel, the way how it works, the way how they talk to each other, and all of the things. It's not very living machine, and there is no one straightforward way how it can work. So that's why the next point I would like to share with you is that while talking about the productivity gain from software, just like generative AI, you need to focus not on the individual performance gains. And all of those initial reports from the GitHub Copilot researchers was about it's getting 30% faster for the developers. But individual developers rarely develop software products. It's just not enough people and not enough skills to guarantee all those different phases of SDLC to be executed correctly. And say it's a different skill could be to collect requirements and explain them properly. And the UX designers are focused on knowing how to make the things more comfortable for people to be used. And the testers and quality engineers, they know how to verify correctness across all multiple pieces. So it's a much more than a single person or productivity of a single person. And if you think about it, you can probably just like thinking it's a sequential, even if it's in a short iteration, it's still sequential process of delivering software. And if someone is becoming faster, how it's going to influence everyone else and how you can align and do it. So I had this initial feeling and a guess that in order to get true benefit out of generative AI, you need to take care about maturity of your development process and ensure that there is a good practices in place and they allow to support you and you just like give visibility. And often clients and our clients, EPAM clients, are asking like, what's going to happen? Are we going to be 20% more productive? Are you guys going to be 20% more productive? And the answer is still don't know, because I would predict that it's highly depends on a maturity of your software development process itself. And maybe it's going to be faster, or maybe it's going to be slower, because you can imagine the situation when the software developers now can produce code much faster, but without proper test coverage on all different levels, without short feedback loop. If you're producing code 5 times faster, that this code is not verified until 3 months late, and you can suddenly find out a huge, tremendous code base which is poorly maintainable, and you are not really even can understand if the system works and how to make it work. So that's why I would predict that this impact is going to be higher for the high performance in the market, for those who are having this faster, better and cheaper, who has more throughput, more deployment frequency, shorter lead times, and all other elements and pieces. So this is a guess, and the numbers on the right you see is also a guess. It's just like more illustrative to show that it's very, very unclear. Coming back to the question itself, so are we gonna develop software faster because there is still manipulation, or still kind of speculation about this area, right? Because I had been continuing working on it. So last 3 months, and that's another part of this travel road and this travel you called me in, is that I had been conducting experiment and just like research on a scale for about 100 people. Depends on the role you include in the target audience. 8 software development teams across 3 different streams. You can see it as a product as well. And for the 3 months of work, we supported adoption of generative AI across business analysis, software development, and testing, to do not observe individual results, but observe it on a much bigger, larger scale and on various teams. And it was 3 PAM AI coaches to support adoption of generative AI, and 2 EngX consultants with me, just like leading this part, to measure performance impact and baseline. So we built for this experiment a generative AI ecosystem. It's all based on the PAM AI Dial, which is an EPAM platform to deliver AI-based, generative AI-based solutions. The most prominent is a chat-based experience, which is a more secure and private communications and using ChatGPT directly. We also set up a wonderful EngX EPAM Alita, which was developed by our testing competency center, which is not only for the testers, not only for the quality engineers, but truly collaboration space on exchanging the best prompts, which integrates in the Microsoft Teams, allows you to quickly run command like generate test cases, give variables from the prompt, so you don't need to write every time as a software tester, you need to do blah, 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 and all other stuff, which is a part of the prompt engineering. And we used, obviously, GitHub Copilot as a part of IntelliJ IDEA. However, we need to make this process observable. So our PAM AI coaches, they would be able to really support teams. So it's not like some experience going on, it's observed and controllable experience going on. So we build an adoption dashboard. An adoption dashboard helped us duration in all those 3 months to collect data from the different data sources surrounding the project. So we had regular surveys asking people how do they feel, what's going on, did you use AI last week, do you feel more productive, do you feel less productive, what time you saved, and etc., etc. We also worked and collected EPAM AI dialogues and used AI itself to analyze conversations and find out what people are actually talking about. Is it about software development? Is it about this specific phase of SDLC or about this specific phase of SDLC? Is it about just like a prompt quality against like create framework on all other frameworks and etc. And we also collected data from the GitLab and Jira and other sources in order to continuously visualize and then being able to make correlations to understand the way how data is influencing each other and support adoption itself. So now coming to the question this Papi asked me, right? So, but are we going to develop faster? And for the sake of measuring it, we used the following SALT model, which is quite straightforward, right? So you go and every feature, every story you develop going through the requirements gathering to the deployment and maintenance. So you have a lead time of a feature from ideation to delivery. You have some requirements preparation time and a cycle time, which is actually executing the idea, which is already described in place, and deployment time. But separation of deployment time and cycle time is a bit unnatural, I would say, but it was made for the sake of this experiment itself. We split cycle time on development time, testing time. However, there are also queues, right? So work prepared stays in definition of ready and stays in waiting for developers to pick it up. And then if developer made the job, it put it in another queue, which is a testing queue, so testers can pick it up. And deploy queue can wait for the release process to be completed. And we also took a look on various other metrics, which can help us to understand the influences and correlations between times or changes in these times better. So for the sake of this experiment, we researched and analyzed the data in a duration of 6 months, almost 6 months. It's actually 6 tender sprints, which is a 12 weeks of one side and weeks on another side. Total 24 weeks of time. And 12 weeks before we started and 12 weeks after to understand what changed. Is there any influence on the timings themselves? I'm not able to disclose you right now the calculations, specific one. I can only share the final results themselves, but you almost welcome, you obviously welcome to come, and if you're interested in the data, and we would agree just like to find and share the data of experiments, the raw data on all the different aspects, I would say that we can make a lot of even more interesting conclusions, or even maybe break down the one which already done, right? So this is the next slide we're going to share with you is a part of this initial research on the data we collected in place. So moving forward, are we going to develop faster? So what we found, no. Okay, actually, I just forgot that I have this slide in the middle. I just would like to talk a bit about the adoption of generative AI process. So adoption is not simple. And we found that people are actually rejecting AI in the beginning. And a lot of people feel uncomfortable start using. So adoption process takes time to start seeing usage of AI not as another job, but as a tool you can use to do your current job. You need to dedicate time to learn how to use it properly. Otherwise, it always feels that this usage properly distracts you from doing what you're doing right now. Does it remind you actually delegating any work itself? So when you just working hard on your current task and someone bring you a junior developer and you need to, or like even middle level developer, and you need to communicate what need to be done, you need to stop doing work, you need to start explaining what should be done, and this work coming back and you find out that it's not the quality you're looking for and you're getting frustrated, but maybe it's not good enough because another person is bad, but maybe it's good enough because you didn't explain correctly, and you need to start learning how to explain correctly, and it's all going on and going on. So it took quite a time to really push through and move through to help people start seeing AI as something which can really help and support them. So that's just the way how it happened. And we developed the coaching model and the model of detractors and champions and early adopters, and worked in a different way with different kind of people, with a coffee break and even reward system, just to help people adopt AI so we can collect this data and understand this influence. So that's a difficult change and a scary change. And it's mostly related to the fact that you need to start explaining someone what needs to be done from just like at this moment. So going forward and start getting back is the influence of the development process. So what we found is that development time became 6% shorter. So the time the regular task on this 24 weeks period, before AI 12 weeks, after AI 12 weeks, started to develop on 6% faster. 6% less time than before. And it's not a tremendous number, probably because if coding, as soon as coding is not like a big, only the one part of the job, and understanding of the stories and the quality of requirements and all other things can influence, this number can be seen not big enough, but it's big enough taking account the scale of work we are doing. And observing right now already new collected data in October, we see that this number is starting to grow. So which is very good for finding itself. We also found that the testing time became 16% less. So the time people test, including test automation, and to be honest, test automation benefits are tremendous because it's a lot of coding as well, but also it's a generation of the test cases and the composition of those tasks. So testing time is also getting shorter, 16% less. However, cycle time, the time from beginning of work and starting to time it's finished, it didn't change. And why? If development time 6% less and testing time 16% less, what's going on? And I assume you can guess, right? Queue ate it all. We found that testing queue time became 30% more. And if I remember staying in the queues, I hated staying in the queues when I was still a kid in the Soviet Union and we need to wake up at 6 a.m. to go to the queue and line and stay like for 2 hours getting milk. So I should say that development work and user stories, I also don't really like staying in a queue. And you can get improvement of your development time, or you can get improvements of your testing time. However, it still can be eaten by queue, and this time can be wasted. We also found that requirements preparation time for this period of observation became 16.5% less. And business analyst people and product owners, they are able to deliver for requirements faster. However, lead time, the time from the ideation to the end, it got 25% longer. And why this number is big, I should say that it all depends on the nature of the process, because obviously there is some scope creep, there is some reprioritization of backlog happens, and sometimes you think that you need to develop some task, but you actually don't need it right now. It stays in backlog, ready for development. However, this is still grows. And what we found that if it's a requirements preparation time, the 16.5% less, and cycle time, if you remember, didn't change, what's going on? And we found that developed queue time grew up 103%. 103% in comparison with the 3 months before we started our work. And it's a big change, 2 times, right? So it's just another queue which just kept a lot of work. So what should we say? It's all about queues. It's less about tool and individual productivity, but it's more about our ability to connect those different activities together and guarantee the transition of user story or any development work from one phase to another, it's smooth and it's getting without like accumulating ton of work in certain places. So queues and your ability to understand your queues, understand where the work is accumulating, how you can shorten this time, how you can rebalance your team, how do you make some additional agile coaching or whatever else you can imagine to make it less. So first, understanding the way how you spend time working on stuff, understanding the bottlenecks, being able to remove those bottlenecks, and you get it all flowing faster. Because if you see software development process as a pipe, and this pipe has different widths and different sides, obviously the water flow is not going to be just like the smooth as the pipe has the same width on all lengths. And even more, if the pipes have like going back and forth in a width and it's getting just like more thin or more thick, you have a turbulence. You can imagine the situation if the testers, they are not able to test as fast as developers produce code, and they have accumulating queue of testing tasks, they start to feel pressure. I mean, like, we are behind, we are lagging, and if the managers are not good, which happens, they can start pressurizing testers and say, you need to go faster. You see, developers are getting better. So it's this kind of process. Being able to understand your own process and being able to optimize it on the fly based on individual productivity gains, that's the key. And that's why probably your trunk-based development can lead to some just like unexpected results, like in a DORA report 2022, because you cannot just drop tools into people and hope they're going to become faster. You need to continuously understand the whole parameters of the system in order just to optimize them. So yes, Papi, we are going to deliver software faster, but it should be done in a smart way. And coming to the end of my speech, I want to say thank you for the whole team, which was with me on this, the whole duration of the experiment. And I'm going to cry right now. So thank you, Dmitra. Thank you, Sergey. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Mikita. The wonderful team from wonderful country, Ukraine. And sometimes thinking that they work with me on all this research while continuously being endangered by war, it's tough. And the whole teams, development teams we worked with, they're also all in Ukraine. So I really appreciate your efforts, guys, and your passion you brought into this research we just conducted, even if you live right now in such difficult period of time for all of us. So thank you, the teams we worked with, and thank you, my team, for being with me and moving this all through. And that's it from the screen sharing perspective. So you guys didn't lose me, right? So because I had been talking without any feedback in the middle.
Yeah, thank you, Alexei. Fantastic speech. A warm thank you from myself for putting a Ukrainian flag there. Like, I'm almost crying. Thank you. I really liked the part where you donned on the contradiction around AI. That when it's this big, it is of course scary. So I think answering my previous question, it sounds more like a solution after all, right? So, dear community, how do you think? How did you find Alexei's view on that matter? Post in the chat box. And meanwhile, we have one question to answer. Can you elaborate on what is meant by testing queue as opposed to actual testing?
So the testing queue, there is a Jira status ready for QA, for example, and that's when the developers finish work, and now they're waiting for already some manual testing to be done. So it's a handshake and handoff just right between the software engineers and quality engineers, if it happens. And I understand that in a lot of ways, sometimes it's a much more smooth process. However, there's still a column in your Kanban board, for example, which says those tasks are finished in the work and now they're waiting to be picked up into development. I hope I answered. We'll be happy to elaborate more if necessary.
Yeah, Randy, if you're here, you can, signal if the question was answered. Okay, one more. What is next after this research? Are we still in pilot mode, or are you considering rolling out to more all dev teams?
It all depends on what rolling out. Research itself, so first of all, it's not the only research we are running right now, and we are running it on several other teams as well. And we would continue doing it. But rollout, it should happen. I mean, it's clear. It's clear for just like it's gonna speed up the way how we work. I had been writing this AI adoption dashboard I spoke in the beginning. I wouldn't do it without ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot because I didn't know Python. I am Java developer in the past, and I wrote it all in the Python because of ChatGPT. And it helped me to write all scripts I need to process data and visualize data if necessary. So it's all been done just because of ChatGPT. So I would say that generative AI is definitely speed up developers. And day by day, we are going to see arrival of more and more new tools, which makes it nicer. And EPAM conducts tons of POCs, including generation of user stories just based on just like initial explanations and the product monkey AI tool I spoke about and the different other tools which are in place, and also like connecting to the code base LLM, just banking, fine tuning here, and it's getting faster, but it still can be all in queues. So you can still waste this time if you do not understand the structure of your time and you do not proactively adapt your process to accommodate changes in individual performance. So that's why I'm not sure what's rollout. Rollout generative AI, no one is going to ask me if they're going to roll out generative AI. Everyone is going to do it just like do it. So, but my goal is to be sure that in EPAM, we aware about ways how individual productivity gains can be combined into the team productivity. And that's, I assume, the main focus. I just like, with my team, we had a conversation, and Sergey, as I remember, told me, like, no one is asking what is the productivity gain from IntelliJ IDEA or VS Code when they are buying it, right? So, I mean, so there is a certain just like consensus in the industry that there are tools which just must have. I mean, so if you can save 14%, for example, of your 10% of your lead time on a scale of engineering team per year, $20 like GitHub Copilot, $25 GitHub Copilot per month for 7 people, plus generative, just like LLM usage, it's going to be incomparable numbers. No one is going to care about it. It's like, I don't know, maybe the Russians, right, in just companies which argue about buying IntelliJ IDEA, but I hope not. So.
Okay, thank you. We have one more. So there are many clients that initially got excited, as you said, and open to try things. But right now, there is a lot of resistance given the fact that information might end on somebody else's servers as you are disclosing information to the AI as input. What are the plans to avoid such risks and convince the client to use the new tools?
So I could be not the exact right person to answer it, right? Because we have a huge data practice which is much more competent in this area. However, the way how we used just like AI in this specific project is that you just like LLM itself, it doesn't keep information. It's just a processing engine. It's like a processor, even if it has cache, it's just like doesn't work this way. So if you build the architecture in a way that all information is in a proper place, I assume it should be avoided. But I don't want to speculate too much about it. Just like I assume it's better if to follow up on this specific question and find out. I can just have a feeling that everyone is gonna agree with that. And they're gonna just say, it's okay. Because the actual benefit every industry is gonna get is much higher. And that's why I'm not only from the software development perspective and only from the business perspective. So everyone will agree. And I remember right now, don't want to speculate too much, that recently Microsoft made the agreement so they can actually be legally liable for any issues related to the data disclosure if it happens. So they are interested as well in the built environments when privacy of data is in a good place, so cared about. So I would say that this initial period of hesitation will move forward because every change is a change, and business will realize that they will be lag behind too much if they don't use it. So they will agree with the potential risk, and they will understand it better because the industry will explain it better. We will go through this period of time, but once again, I'm not 100% expert in this area.
Okay. That was a great take. We have one more question from Dennis. First of all, he thanks you for this interesting presentation. So it's now easier for me to overcome my FOMA. Speeding up development can indeed expedite the delivery of errors and unnecessary features. My question is, what are your thoughts on the potential emergence of new development approaches that will have AI in their DNA? Because currently we are applying new tools to all development methodologies.
It will happen, I assume, and that's why it's a second horizon. When I also thought about it, I didn't bring this slide. I explained the first horizon, when SDLC is going to be about the same. However, the tools will start changing the way how people make usual stuff. And that's the first horizon we are talking about right now. I am probably sure as soon as we reach the second horizon, the whole my speech can be thrown in the garbage can because it doesn't matter any longer. But the second horizon will come, and the second horizon will start to change the way how SDLC is done completely. Probably limiting some phases and activities, reshaping the nature, but I don't want also to speculate, but I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. When? I don't know, maybe just like in a year, or maybe even faster, or maybe a bit longer, but we will start seeing changes in the SDLC process itself.
Okay. Thank you, Alexey. Okay. I believe that's all. Please, my team, in the private chat, like if I'm wrong, please correct me, help me out. But if I'm not mistaken, like we answered all of the questions. If not, I think Alexey can be, contacted directly after this presentation. So
absolutely.
Yeah, okay. That's good to hear. Thank you, Alexey, for a wonderful talk and for a great Q&A session. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you. It was so nice. So nice talking to you.
EngX in my heart.
Oh yeah,
see you guys.
Same here.
Thank you.
Same here. Not like I'm not in the merch. Like I'm not wearing anything, but still, that's true. The rest of you expect the talk recording during the next week. And as part of EngX Day, next will be moving 17 years of old legacy code and sites into the cloud by Scott Hanselman with Archil Parshanidze. Thank you all. Enjoy EngX Day 2023.
All right. See you guys. Enjoy. Bye.
Hello, everyone.
How are you,
hello to everyone who just joined us. And hello to everyone who's been around with us for some time already. We're happy to see you. And we have a very special guest with us today. So it's an EngX Community Day right now, so 2023. And we have Scott Henselman as our guest. He will be discussing the topic of moving 17 years of old legacy code and sites into cloud. Just before we start, just a couple of notes. This talk is will be recorded and will be available in approximately 1 week. So no worries if you miss it. You can still recommend this to your friends. And the most importantly, you can leave the questions on agenda page. Yeah, anywhere you see the box, you can type your questions, and we'll try to answer those questions that you might have. So right now, let me introduce Scott. So I'm sure that you already know him, but still, he's been a developer for many, many years. He's been leading a development community at Microsoft, developer community at Microsoft. He's a speaker, he's an author. So, and we are very excited to listen to his speech. I won't take any more of your time. Scott, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. So, my friends, here's the situation. I have a website at hanselman.com that I've had for a very, very long time. You can see that right up here. I've owned that domain for quite a long time. I've also got a podcast called Hansel Minutes. We'll talk about that domain in a little bit. I've got over 900 episodes of that show. And then I've also got a blog that I've been at for 20 plus years at hanselman.com/blog. Now I'm showing you these different things because the deal is that I've had these websites for many, many years, Hansel Minutes, and then hanselman.com/blog, we're going to treat that as a separate website. And those have been around for forever. And keeping a website running is a chore, right? You don't just throw them up there and trust your hoster. Things go wrong. DNS records need to be updated. SSL certificates need to be refreshed and restored and renewed. You have to pay your bills. Things happen, right? So keeping a machine running, keeping multiple domains running for a very, very long time is an ongoing and forever challenge. I've also got little websites. I've got websites like Baby Smash, which was a game that I wrote for my son. And Baby Smash puts colors and characters up on the screen. Now that baby from Baby Smash is going to be graduating from high school, but the website is still there. The game still works. People still download it. And there's a little, donate on PayPal button over here on the corner. So that's one example of the 50 plus domains that I have that are out there running live. Another one is keysleft.com, which is literally a website that is here to support my talk on productivity, about how many keystrokes you have left in your hands before you die. You can type in how old you are. You can type in how fast you type, and it'll tell you how many keystrokes you have left and how many books you can write and how many computer programs you can write. Now, the reason that I'm showing you all of this is that this is kind of like my digital legacy. Okay, this is all the stuff in my life that I keep online. Now, at Microsoft, where I work, I've only been here for 16 years, but I've been in tech for 30 plus, and these websites have been around for 20, 22, 23 years. I was what's called an MVP. Microsoft has this concept of the MVP, which is like an influencers program. And the influencers program at Microsoft will sometimes get you free stuff. They'll give you like a little bit of Azure time, or they'll have a third party come along and give you some free software, some free licenses. So somewhere around the year 2000 or the year 1999, there was a hosting company that was called OrcsWeb. And OrcsWeb was a hosting company that said, hey, we'll give MVPs and influencers free hosting. So I'm thinking, this is fantastic. I like free hosting. I would like some free hosting. And I think it ended up being $50 a month. And it was basically the promise of a Windows VM. They said, hey, you're an MVP. We'll give you a Windows virtual machine and you can go and host your website on it. So I'm like, this is great. I'll put hanselman.com on this free Windows VM. And all they asked for was a little icon at the bottom. So I'm thinking this is a great idea. So I put this thing on a Windows VM, and I think it ended up being Windows Server 2000. And I'm running IIS, the Internet Information Server that's built into Windows Server 2000. And the website at the time happens to be running .NET 1.1. And I think at some point it ends up being on .NET 2. But to give you context, this is now 20-plus-year-old versions of .NET. And these versions of .NET only on Windows. Right? Now, this is before the cloud exists, right? The cloud's been around for maybe 15 years. The cloud wasn't a concept. At this point, we simply have this idea of hosting, and hosting are other people's computers. And migrating to the cloud is a thing that people have to think about. It's a challenge, but a lot of people do it very naively. And we're going to talk about that and why it's interesting and how we moved all of this stuff to the cloud, keeping in mind that this represents Hanselman International, which is really just me, right? Everyone who's on the call here probably has some domains that they're not using. They may have a blog that they're maintaining. They may have their online digital life. Keeping these things running is a challenge. And the difference between running it in a hosting service and running it in the cloud is very different, especially since you feel like it's Hanselman International. You feel like it's the big important thing that's in your life. But really, I don't have a company. It's just me and my blog and my podcast, right? So you have to keep that in mind when you're thinking about how excited I am to get my $50 a month of free stuff. So I start running all of these domains over on this virtual machine. It's a small Windows VM. And this small Windows VM is chugging along very nice. And somewhere around 2017, 2018, maybe 2019, I start getting the yellow screen of death. And if you're familiar with the yellow screen of death, the yellow screen of death looks like this. Not that one, this one. This is the ASP.NET yellow screen of death. Basically, you get an exception from your code. And if you didn't configure your system correctly, that exception then spits your code out onto the screen and shows everyone the complete call stack. So it's a kind of a doubly or triply embarrassing thing in the .NET space. You're seeing your code, you're seeing you didn't configure your application correctly. And the fun part is that it will put exactly why it's happening here. So it'll say, in this case, conversion failed. But I had a very, very interesting yellow screen of death. My yellow screen of death said disk full. All right. So disk full seems like a problem. But remember, I haven't thought about this machine in, 17 years, 18 years. And that can be really challenging because I don't know the status of the machine. And I don't know if how big the disks are. I literally haven't thought about it in 10 or 15 years because it's just running. But it's a virtual machine, so it's being backed up, and I'm not really worried about it too much. All right. So disk full got me worried. So I call OrcsWeb. Now here's where things get a little scary. OrcsWeb doesn't exist anymore. They got bought. OrcsWeb got bought by a French-Canadian company called SureWeb. And SureWeb is up in Quebec. And they they bought all of the stuff that OrcsWeb, all the assets. So I call OrcsWeb and they said, we don't exist anymore. We're SureWeb. We're a French-Canadian company. And I said, all right, that's great. I'm Scott Hanselman. I need you to find out what's going on with my disk. Okay. So the deal is that I want them to find the virtual machine and I want them to expand the disk space, right? That seems like a very reasonable thing, right? Can I get more disk space? Here's where it gets bad. All the French Canadians, and I asked them, do you know where my machine is? What's going on? And they said, we don't even know who you are. Turns out that when they gave us all free stuff, only a couple of people took them up on it. Hey, sir, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I've asked Archil and the others if any questions pop in during the talk. Because it's live, we don't want it to be like a YouTube. We want the conference to be interactive. I said, please interrupt me if you have any good questions. So definitely unmute if you need to, if you've got any good information, okay?
Okay, I will.
I appreciate that. Because it's when we do a great virtual conference like this, like the folks at the community here are putting on for you, these community days need to be interactive. They need to be not just like watching a YouTube. So definitely interrupt. So, and this is great because now I can see his face and it makes me happy because he's my audience now. It turns out only a couple of MVPs asked for the virtual machines. So I called them and I said, well, hang on a second. Where is this thing? And they said, we don't actually know where your computer is. Now, Archil, have you ever seen the end of Indiana Jones, The Raiders of the Lost Ark, the old movie from the 80s?
I'm very ashamed to say no.
Let's see if you recognize this scene. Do you remember at the very, very end when they take the Ark of the Covenant into a warehouse? That's where my computer is. You have to understand that the hosting service is putting all of these computers in a giant warehouse, right? And they're managing them in a massive server farm. And at the end of Indiana Jones, the whole movie ends up with this amazing artifact, this precious artifact that then just gets put in a pile of other precious artifacts. This is the part that's interesting about hosting. No computer is more important than my computer, but only to me. Everyone else's computer and your computer are most important to you. So what turns out was the virtual machine that I was getting for free from our friends was not really a VM. It was actually a physical computer under someone's desk who had this idea, and they were going to move it to a VM at some point in the future. But no one actually took them up on it. Then they got bought, and then this machine gets slowly moved until at this point it is sitting in a warehouse somewhere, and they literally don't know where it is. The worst part is that the disk space of this VM is 30 gigs. Now, why is that a problem? That sounds like an immense amount of space, but I've swallowed accidentally more than 30 gigs before. You know what I mean? If you just put it in your mouth and you walk around, you go, that's not a lot of space. So what used to be 20 years ago, a massive disk is now completely filled, and it's filled up with log files and garbage. So I end up having to remote desktop into the machine and delete log files, which are then filling up because I'm getting more exceptions. And it's this awful situation where suddenly now I am responsible for the care and feeding of a server. And this is fundamentally why the cloud exists. If someone gives you, hey, free server, that's like them saying, hey, free puppy. You got to feed it, you got to water it, you got to walk it, you got to take it out. But what do I want to do? I just want to run Hanselman International. I just want to run my websites. And this is really important because this is the difference between IaaS and PaaS and SaaS. Infrastructure as a service is, hey, free computer. And platform as a service is, hey, I'll run your application and I'm going to hide this. And software as a service is, I'll just run everything for you. You just have to bring content. So I was suddenly giving myself this decision of like, maybe this free Windows VM was a bad idea. And now I want to change my perspective. But the disk is filling up. The disk is filling up and my blog is down regularly. So what do I have? I have my website, I have my podcast, and I have the blog. And the blog represents 20 plus years of content. And this is very stressful for me because I don't want to lose that. But of course, it's a VM. But then I learned that it's not a VM. Even worse, it's never been backed up. The entire time I've been running this thing on metal. So here's the next question. I'm sure you've seen this, sir. Have you seen the inside of a hard drive? A lot of people who are a certain age will remember this, but people don't realize that physical hard drives are platters like record players, and it's got spinning metal and rust. These are the heads of the platters, and they're stacked like records on top of each other. So we would hear things in the past like a head crash when the head crashes into the platter. And when you think about somewhere in a warehouse with Indiana Jones, your blog is on that platter, that starts being very nerve-wracking, and that's why you want to have backups. So I need to get that information off of this really, really quickly. So what's the easiest thing to do when you're migrating to the cloud? Lift and shift. We hear this when we talk to the people who want to sell you, cloud time. Oh, you just lift and shift. But what have you actually done? You've picked it up off of a physical machine and you've stuck it into a virtual machine in the cloud. That gets me out of the stress of the spinning hard drives. That gets me less concerned about my disks. But this is we call that a naive migration. It's naive because all I'm doing is moving my problem. It's still a VM I have to run. It's still an operating system I have to manage. It's got really nothing to do with the application. It's good for some people, but as a general rule, you want to ask yourself, is picking up a computer and moving it somewhere else helpful? It's just like taking your car and you putting it into another garage. You still have to deal with it and manage it. So there's an opportunity here for me to move the website, but I don't have an ops team. I don't have a lot of money here. How do I do this? I can't just call the team, hey team, move us to the cloud. So when migrating things to the cloud, the most important resource, in my opinion, that we have that we don't actually use is DNS. In this world 20 years ago, Hanselman.com had an actual IP4 address, and it actually pointed to a physical computer. Okay. And that physical computer was that machine sitting in that warehouse, and it actually terminates at IIS, that's the Windows server, and the SSL certificate terminates there as well. So I was updating the SSL certificate by remote desktoping into a physical computer and updating the SSL. That's how things were done 20 years ago. But how do we do things now? Well, with DNS, we put it somewhere like Cloudflare or Azure Front Door or some terminating server whose job it is not to serve web pages, but is to serve the certificate. And then that reverse proxies the data off to, and this is the part that gets interesting, maybe one, maybe two, maybe three different machines. Then you can have load balancing. That front door acts as a load balancer. So then the question is, can I use DNS to migrate my personal blog to the cloud? And this is, again, not just my blog, but this is how people do stuff. If you were going to do a migration for a production website, you do it this way as well. So I made staging.hanselman.com. And then I started figuring out how can I deploy my application to Azure, to the cloud, in such a way that I can have the site running twice. I have the dying site, hanselman.com, and then I have staging.hanselman.com, which is my new site that's slowly coming up. And then I'm going to switch these gently over the course of a period of time and prove out the point. But remember, we have a couple of issues. We have the fact that it's running on .NET 2. We have the fact that it's Windows only. We have the fact that it's Windows Server 2000. So now I have to ask myself questions. Do I go to a new Windows? Do I go to maybe using Linux? Do I move to .NET 6.7.8, which is cross-platform, or we would call that .NET Core? What's the easiest thing for me to do to get the most portability and the most flexibility, remembering that I don't want to manage a physical computer? These are the kind of questions you want to ask yourself. If it were truly legacy, meaning running software that can only run on Windows, that's a good reason to have a virtual machine. I could run .NET, an old unsupported version of .NET 2 forever, effectively in the cloud. However, there's another challenge, which is security. There's a website called Security Headers that I really enjoy. And you can go in here and you can put your website in, okay? And I don't want to, I was trying to think, Archel, do you have a website we could put in here that maybe do you have a blog or a personal website you want to sacrifice to the gods, the demo gods?
Unfortunately, I do not.
Okay. Well, we'll
Maybe
put
we could put your current, yes.
Yeah. So I got an A, but what I was hoping to do is that you would give me a website and they would get an F, because there's all these headers and certificates that have to be set up in order to get the good grade. And what was happening was Windows Server 2000 is so old that it can't do TLS. It can't do the kinds of modern security that is required. So if I were to run this machine in the cloud, this old computer, I'd still really need something in front of it, because I'm effectively asking for trouble. So even though virtual machines are great, they can manage legacy software forever, you don't want to put them on the open internet. So I would have wanted to think about security from that respect. So there's a good reason to not do that. Plus, the new versions of .NET run on Linux. Maybe I could move to a more flexible system, and in doing that, save some money, because Linux is cheaper to host on, and offer a lot more general development flexibility in case I want to move somewhere else in the future. So .NET has a thing called the .NET Migration Assistant. I guess they renamed it the Upgrade Assistant. And this is a really great application that will do things two ways. You can load it into Visual Studio, run your application, and it will tell you if it can upgrade it or not. Or you can do it at the command line. Totally up to you. The CLI tool will actually walk you through upgrading of your application, and it can do it either what's called in place or side by side. So my application that I now want to run on Windows, I want to start with my Hanselman.com, is a pretty portable application. It's an application that just has Razor pages. So then we have to ask ourselves, does it have any Windows dependencies? Does it use the registry? Does it have a backslash instead of a forward slash? These are the kinds of things that, of course, if I called an API asking for the registry, but I'm on Linux, it's not going to work. If I ask for a file in C:\Windows, it's not going to find that file, because everything is places like this on Linux. A couple of days of light work, and I was able to get Hanselman.com running on Linux. And what's great about that is on Windows, I can go into the Windows terminal here. You can see right now I'm actually in Windows. This is my prompt. Here's the Hanselman source code right here. I also have my current Git branch and the version of .NET that I'm using. And then just as an aside, this number here is actually my blood sugar. I'm a type 1 diabetic, so I have sensors in my body, and I've got one plugged in my arm right here. And this sensor is telling me my blood sugar and sending it to the cloud, because I want to make sure that while I'm working on my website, I don't accidentally die. So that's showing me what my blood sugar is in real time. That's actually kind of cool, because I'm sure you might have your Git prompt in your prompt. What else might you want there? The temperature, the weather, version of node, things like that. So here I can then say .NET build. I can go and build the Hanselman website on Windows, and we know it works just fine. But I can also switch over to Ubuntu. So here I am on Windows. As we know, Windows runs WSL, the Windows subsystem for Linux. And the Windows subsystem for Linux is truly Linux on Windows, which means that I can validate the running and development of my application on Linux. I'll prove it again. This is Ubuntu 2204. We'll say .NET build. And that's the Hanselman website running on Linux. Why is that important? Choice. It's important because choice. Because then I can go and I could take the podcast website right here, and I could put it in Docker. So slowly I'm moving from .NET 2 to .NET 4 and then to .NET at this point 7 or 8. It's not hard to upgrade, and I'm getting huge performance benefits, and more importantly, I'm getting portability. Once I've created a Docker file, now I have the ability to go and build this application on Linux. This is the podcast site, which includes tests, unit tests, playwright tests. It's quite a complicated application. That's going to give me the flexibility that I need to get off of Windows Server 2000, 20-plus-year-old server. And now I can run it on either Linux or Windows, whichever one is going to work better for me. So then Hanselman.com, which points to that dying computer in the back office, still points there, but staging then points to the new system. This is where things are going to get more interesting. I can go to the Azure portal, go to Azure Front Door. Azure Front Door, very similar to Cloudflare. And in the Front Door Designer, we can set up front-end domains that point to back-end pools and then come up with routing rules on how to manage those. What we're doing here is we're setting up back-end infrastructure, a Linux machine that's going to run the website, and we're going to bounce between staging and Hanselman.com. And I'll say to start, 90% of the traffic is going to hit here, and then 10% of the traffic will hit staging, and then I'll slowly move it until people are only hitting the staging one and prove that that's working or not. And then now you can see in the little warning that Azure is giving me, staging is no longer present because I've pulled staging out completely. It's not serving production anymore. When we are using DNS as that front end to save us, it's a pointer to a pointer, right? That DNS is acting as the layer of abstraction. It's, I think, in my opinion, not used enough. When I moved the Hansel Minutes podcast, I got some complaints from people who were saying that the pictures were loading slowly. Well, it turns out that there's 900 pictures on this page. So I added lazy loading. You can see how they turn gray. So that's one solution. But if I right click on a picture and I open it in a new tab, the real solution was, again, DNS. By putting the images on images.hanselminutes.com, I got two benefits. One, that's actually a CDN now. So that's going to load close to you, even though the website might be close to me. And I get parallel loading because I think between 5 and 7 threads can spin up in your browser, and we can do parallel HTTP gets. So by simply moving the responsibility off of the main website and having images having to be its own thing allowed me a lot of flexibility. So now if I look at a talk, the image came from one place, the JavaScript came from one place, the HTML came from one place, and the MP3 came from another. Meaning I get maximal parallelism. You get the content closest to you. And remember, all of this content used to be sitting on a physical machine. And the changes that we're making to do this are minimal. We're literally talking about changing a URL to point somewhere else. So by changing that DNS, we get an immediate benefit. The code changes are truly minimal. And you can see that the speed of the website is significant. We can prove that, in fact, by looking at a dashboard. And this is another thing that I think that the cloud doesn't give enough credit for. Now, I'm a little bit old. I'm been doing this for 30 years. We used to hire a consultant to make a dashboard, and we would fly someone in with a suit, and they would create a dashboard, and they'd put it up on the screen, and we'd go, "Oh my goodness, that's amazing." And they would say, "Don't touch it. I configured it for you." I don't have a business. I just have me. I'm just Scott. All right. The idea that I could have a dashboard like this is amazing, but we all get it because of the cloud. The cloud isn't just hosting. It's not just a VM in a box somewhere. The cloud is elastic and self-serving. We can manage and support the application ourselves. So look, I have 3 millisecond freaking server response times. Now, what do you think these are? What are these spikes? 10 milliseconds, 20 milliseconds. This is another philosophy of the cloud. Do you have you have an idea of what it is?
Maybe
Do they look
spikes.
regularly spaced? Say that again.
Spikes, maybe.
Those spikes are for caching, and see how nicely spaced they are. Because in the cloud, one of the things that we don't talk about is what is the cloud offering you that is the best value. And in my opinion, the cloud's best value is memory. Disk space is a little slow. Disk space, you might run out of disk space, but in the cloud, I've got here 4 applications. These are the 4 apps all running on one machine in the cloud. If I go and look at one of them, we can actually see the plan that it's running on, and you can see how full the memory is. I'm using a lot of it. If I were running a physical computer, and I was at 70%, I might say, wow, we need to get more memory. But this isn't a physical computer. I'm renting it. And you know how you drive a rental car differently than you drive your own car. You may be a little more aggressive in your rental car. You might care less about the car. I tend to drive my rental car, the cloud, a lot harder than I drive my own personal car. I don't baby the cloud. So in this case here, I am happy to fill this up. And you can see the spikes in my CPU are the cache expiring and then refilling. I actually run the blog, the podcast, the main site, and Azure Friday, which is yet another website, all in the same physical, what's called app service plan. It's a plan that can have as many apps as you want. And that is really flexible from a pricing perspective. And I can actually go and see the hardware. I can see exactly the memory and the scale and how much it'll cost an hour. And for basically $50, at $50 a month that I was running before 20 years ago, I'm running in a highly dense, highly intense environment. And if I ever, went viral, I could just spin it up, have an increase, move to a different machine, and have a better experience. In doing all of this, I've also realized that I didn't know how to deploy the site. Back in the day, 20 years ago, I FTP'd it. I just copied it from my laptop over into the cloud. So we have to acknowledge also that when doing this kind of work, without a good CI/CD, without a good formal build server, you're going to live in fear of your machine. I lived in fear of Hanselman.com. I was afraid to touch it. I didn't know how old it was. I didn't know what software it was running. And this is a funny thing people don't talk about is how do you feel about your software? Like I like my blog, but after about a year, I'm like, when did I deploy that? How did I deploy that? Did I deploy that from my laptop? What's running in production right now? So how do we solve those problems? Well, take a look at this. We're on the podcast site. Let's go all the way down to the bottom. In production, I actually put the version of .NET, the commit hash, and the build server on the website. Now, I'm doing this because I'm a public figure. You might want to hide that behind like a is administrator or is logged in. You wouldn't necessarily want to show that to everyone in the public. But the flexibility of this means that I can now right-click on that, and I can say, let's look at this commit. I'll switch over to my work machine. Log in real quick to GitHub. Sorry about that. Looks like I got logged out of GitHub, so I'm just going to do a little two-factor magic and log in. I can see that on June 15th in production, I switched from one version of a library to another version of a library. So in one click, I'm able to go and see that exactly what's going on. And then on that build server right here, I can see the build, go directly into Azure DevOps or GitHub Actions, see what happened. I can click on the job and, in fact, see the logs about the publish and the testing. Why this is interesting is before we started this, I had an old piece of software that I copied myself manually to a physical machine from my laptop. But by starting at the DNS level, giving myself a little space, by then porting it to Linux, getting it to build in Docker, then getting it to build in a build server, and then being able to push it out into the cloud, I'm adding a bit of formality to what I'm doing. And then because I'm in the cloud, I get dashboards for free. I get uptime checks for free. I even have the ability on my phone right here to have an app. And I've literally stepped out of a movie theater before and rebooted the server because someone texted me and said your site's down. So I go and check, and I can even see the charts and graphs from the phone. And that's really interesting to me because, again, many, many years ago, it would be a team of 10 people to get this. So the reason I point that out is that there's a lot of talk about, 10x developers, which I'm not a fan of that term, and how good someone is. I'm a mediocre programmer, but I have really great tools. So I become a 10x developer with these tools. It's not the skill, it's the tools and knowing, in this case, how to do them. Another wonderful example is look at these failed requests. There's some spikes here, failed requests. What's going on? How would I solve this in the old days? I would open text files and logs. I would write regular expressions. I would call for help. Let's find out. Let's click on one of these. We can see that there are some response codes that are coming back, error 400. Let's click on those. I can go over here and click on post. We can see that, look at this. Someone is trying to push a PHP application to my .NET application. It's failing, of course. And this is amazing. Show me what happened 5 minutes before and after. It's unbelievable that we have tools like this to us available as a person. In just seconds, I find an error. I see what's going on. I can click on it and then build a telemetry request about how the person moved through the website and what they did and what they were clicking on and where they came from. And then can even expand all of these all the way down to where did this person come from and why is someone attacking my website from Oregon? All of those things would have taken an afternoon to think about and now can be solved in seconds, thereby making me feel like a 10x developer. But if I had kept that machine on a physical box in a warehouse, I never would have been able to do these experiences. So the takeaway here is to try to avoid these naive movements where you're doing what's called lift and shift. Lift and shift is step one. Lift and shift gets you into the cloud. But you want to ask yourself, how responsible do you want to be? Are you responsible for the hardware? Are you responsible for the platform? Or are you going to be responsible for the software? I want to be responsible for as little as possible. Another great analogy, we'll go ahead and unshare my screen now. Another great analogy here that I like to use is some people like to drive stick shift. We are in a world where Uber exists and electric cars exist and self-driving cars exist, but people still like to drive stick. They still like to drive manual because it makes you feel attached to the car. It's okay that some people want to drive stick and some people want an Uber. And we have that available to us now in the cloud in those choices. Choice is okay. It's not only Uber, it's not only Tesla, it's not only stick shift, it's choice. And the fact that for some of my applications, I run them in virtual machines, and for other ones, I run them in a function, and I don't think about anything at all, the better. Great question here from Leanna in the chat here about what is the database. Let's go ahead and reshare my screen again, and I'll show you the database. So you're going to laugh about this one. The database for this 20-year-old site is here. It is 5,000 XML files in a folder. Because what is a database, right? A database usually consists of a table and a series of records. So a file system is and was a valid kind of database. It's not a formal database like a Mongo or a MySQL or a SQL Server, but it is a valid kind of database because I need to for loop over these, index them, and search them. I can do all of those things with a file system. So 20 years ago, when we designed this blogging engine, we made one file per day. And it worked. It works great. Now, I could load it all up into a database, put it in a MySQL, and then I would have a single file. But you know there would be 4,900 entries in that single file. The benefit of this is that I can take any one of these files, I can open it up in a notepad, and I can look at that entry and see the code and see the blog that I saw, which I would have less transparency if I were to do all of that the other way. So in this case, from a cloud perspective, this offers me an interesting opportunity. The opportunity is that I could move this into cloud storage, which, calling back to the very, very beginning of the conversation where I filled up my disk, that is no longer a problem. I do never have to worry about filling up my disk. I could blog until the end of time, and I will never fill up my disks. Which is another thing that's funny, is that there's not a lot of files here, even though it might seem completely insane and unhinged to have 5,000 files like this. 20 years of blogging represents only about a gigabyte of text. It's a gigabyte of text. Now, it's about 30 gigs if you count pictures, which is why things filled up. But that is not a very large amount of information. And then on the podcast over here, I've moved the podcast hosting. The website is mine. I wrote the website. It calls a REST API. And then that REST API is the database backend for the MP3 files. Great questions. Thank you so much for that. All right. So that is how I moved 17 years of software to the cloud, slowly, in a kind of a focused step-by-step way, making sure that the site stayed up the entire time, but also trying to minimize costs, maximize speed, and then also my own comfort. I wanted to have a dashboard. I wanted to have the ability to see all of these things in a CI/CD where I could check them in and have them just run. I wanted to have all the benefits of the cloud with minimal cost. And then the last part, of course, was being able to run it all in Docker was a huge benefit. And on Windows here, I'm running WSL. So if I go and say Docker build, here you can see Docker is not running. I will start Docker up on Windows, which will then enable it. There's Docker coming up. The Docker engine on Windows will allow me to use Docker on both Windows and on Linux. Being able to run it in a container in the cloud gives me more flexibility. There we go. There you go. And now I'm building on Windows, on Linux, while streaming to you all. I'm really happy with Windows right now. Like, Windows is really in a great place. So we're running Ubuntu, we're running Windows, we're talking to you all. Everything's very fast and responsive. This is building on .NET, and I've even put my unit tests inside of the Docker, and I put playwright tests, and there you go. So now I've got the podcast in a Docker file ready to go. All right, I would love to hear some questions if we have any, Archel, from the audience.
Yes, I do. First of all, Scott, your blood sugar was raised, I see. So I hope you're doing well.
So that's a great example. Let's do that. We push. See, that went up. You know why blood sugar goes up? It's because the brain needs that sugar to give the presentation. So I'm still healthy. It's green and the arrow is going this way and not that way, but you're very kind for noticing. And that's a great example of why running that server in the cloud is important to me and why managing that information is important to me. So thanks for pointing that out.
I have a question myself. So first of all, thank you very much for sharing. I would allow myself to say the intimate details of everything, because that was, you were very passionate and you showed many things, how it runs in real world. And we don't get to see too much of this, the backstage of it also. Thank you for that. I have one question. It stands out to me that you're very excited about the things you do. You seem very passionate, but you've been doing this for 30 years. And my question is, when you started saying like deploying files via FTP, just copy pasting, it took me back in the days when I used to do the same. So question sounds like this. Do you feel that as you've progressed and you've encountered when it was like things were hard to do just manually and then they got easier, do you think that it just helps you appreciate the technologies that we have now more because you've been through it all?
That is a fantastic question. It is the thing that is interesting about being an elder is the sense of history is overwhelming. It is, I'll give you an example. Okay. This is a Game Boy. Okay. I don't know when the Game Boy came out, late 90s, maybe early 90s. I don't know. It's a Game Boy. This is also a Game Boy, right? This is a 3D printed Game Boy that I made with a Raspberry Pi inside that runs every video game in the world. And this is a Game Boy. This, I 3D printed that. I additively manufactured that in my house. I bought a screen that came on a boat from China. I put a Raspberry Pi inside it. I ripped the buttons out of a Super Nintendo and I built that. That's unhinged. The sense of like that, and that happened in 20 years. Okay. That is a Game Boy that you can put on your keychain that actually runs. I can hear the little game going. You can see the little dude moving. I can't, as a how do you even deal with that? So when I'm at work and a younger, early in career person deploys a website and they go, oh, this website is taking a minute to, so slow. I am both saddened and heartened by that amazing sense of time and space that is allowing us to do that they don't have to wait the weekend for the build, or they don't have to get the punch cards. Now here's a punch card, computer program in Fortran. They don't have to deal with that. But I also am sad about the loss of the history. But there is value in appreciating stick shift. But I don't want the young people to have to drive stick shift. So my suggestion is drive stick shift once, suffer once, and then enjoy your Uber or your Lyft or your taxi. You know what I'm saying? That's a long answer to your question, but yes, it is overwhelming. It is an amazing feeling, and I sometimes can't quite deal with it. And I have Game Boy apparently that I can just pick up out of nowhere and show you, which is funny.
Yep, that was amazing. Following on that subject, like appreciation kind of things, I might have shifted to a bit different direction, so sorry for that, but yeah, I need to ask.
No, this is wonderful. Thank you for being here.
Do you have any suggestion for like keeping the passion for software engineering running throughout many years and maybe not switching to some different kind of thing? So how do you keep the passion in ever evolving technologies when you constantly need to learn to just be up to date with technology? So what's the mindset that you have to just have that excitement? I mean,
Yeah. There's two things that get me excited about technology. First, we need to remember why we make it. It's for humans. It's to make human suffering less. Otherwise, you're just goofing around. I don't want anyone to suffer. And if I can make a blood sugar system, or I can make a farmer more effective, or I can, make a young person entertained in a difficult time, these are all ways that we can use technology for humans. So whenever I'm down or feeling like maybe I'm losing my passion, I realize how powerful it is to help other humans. My dad and my mom are not computer people. My mom is a zookeeper. My dad is a firefighter and a woodworker. But in everything that they do, they help humans. If my dad makes a table and gives you a bench for your house, he's helped you as a human. If my mom is taking care of the animals and you go to the zoo, she's doing it for humans, So in the low points, I think to myself, I'm running a open source artificial pancreas, and as a diabetic, I would not be alive 50 years ago or 100 years ago, and I am, because my blood sugar management system runs on my phone. If you can't get excited about that, you have bigger problems. You know what I'm saying? I am excited because there's so much power in our hands now, and when we team up, we pair up like you and I are now, or we pair up with our coworkers and our colleagues, then two people become three and multiply each other. Imagine what Hanselman International could do if I had a partner. You know what I mean? I got all this done with just the tools. So the idea that a team of 30, 20 years ago could be a team of three now, and that startups are coming out with amazing applications that help humans, and they're doing it on a shoestring budget in the cloud and deploying it to pocket supercomputers. That's amazing. So yeah, that's how I stay excited about it.
thank you very much. We have a couple of questions.
Yes,
First
sir.
one of them is Scott. They are asking, do you know if your old physical machine is still laying somewhere next to the archive with all your content? Was it deleted? Did you take care of it?
True story. It was 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. I can find the exact DM, and the website had finally gone down for good. And I tweeted, "I'm sorry, the website is down. I'm going to work all night and fix it." It was the last gasp, like the death. Like that was the moment. So I tweeted, "It's going down." A guy from the French company DM'd me on Twitter. He happened to be doing maintenance at 2 a.m. in the warehouse. And he said, "I'm going to go and look for it." And he wandered the hallways of the place looking for the thing. And he bonked it. I don't know if he hit it with a wrench or something, but he rebooted it. It came back for just a moment. I got the last files off of the thing, and it is now officially dead. But it was the craziest thing that he happened to be there and happened to be on Twitter at 2 a.m. doing late night maintenance, because they always do that kind of late night maintenance. But yeah, it's dead. It's officially dead.
Amazing. Thank you. I will switch to a bit different topic now, but we are talking about clouds. We've discussed the amazing benefits that the technology gives us. What do you think, what's the maybe misconception and another side of it, where, one should be more hesitant to switching to clouds or just be more careful? What's your take on that?
There are more moving parts. And I want to point out that even though I'm a fan of the cloud, I still acknowledge the value in running your own server, because it's about responsibility. Who is responsible for your uptime? Who is responsible for your server? For example, I'm bringing up my screen again over here, and I'll bring it up for you, and then they can bring it up again for us. There we go. So I have a personal server internally to my house server, and it uses the .local domain, which is .local means within our subnet, right? And this is called a Synology. So I have a physical machine. I have a physical machine that is running in the other room there. So I trust the cloud, but I also have physical servers. So I'm not saying throw everything up into the cloud and forget about it, because you're trusting giant company. You also could lose access to your account. I'm saying a hybrid approach. I have all my photos in Google Photos, but I also have them all in Apple Photos, and I all have them on that Synology network attached storage in a room with 72 terabytes in my other server closet. So Huntsman International runs on another machine over there. So you ultimately are responsible for your uptime. And that's a hard thing to say, because you go, well, hey, Microsoft, hey, Google, hey, Amazon. 5 nines, sure, maybe 4 nines, but that last 0.1, that's you. Your DNS, your backup DNS records. I worked in banking for a very, very long time, retail banking, and during Hurricane Katrina, when the hurricane went into New Orleans and took out a lot of those servers, we had geo-replicated the entire bank hundreds of miles north and fell back, because when people want to get their money out of the bank, they want to get their money out of the bank. But when there's water in the server room, whose fault is that? That's an act of God. But you have to go and fall back. So disaster recovery, in my opinion, right now, is the least respected and least used computer skill. And I think everybody should reassert their backup and restore strategy. There's a funny saying that is, backups always succeed. It's restores that fail. It's because no one practices their restores. They only test their backups.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Thank you, sir.
So we have one more question in our chat. People relate to you being having high blood sugar, and they ask for more information on. In general, I would generalize the question a bit. So, what is it like to have that medical condition that you need to be very attentive to? You mentioned the terms that you might die in the work, so I'm really not sure. Maybe that's not even a joke. So I don't know. Could you elaborate on how do you deal with that in your daily life? Because I'm seeing that our viewers have relatives or themselves that have conditions.
So that's a good question, and I'll try to do it in the last few minutes, as we are at the last talk of the day. So it is an invisible disability, right? You can't look at me and say that guy has a problem, as opposed to someone who might have a wheelchair or an artificial arm. You look at me and you go, he's fine. But then when you see I have these things, like I have a pump attached to my body with an injector, and it's giving me the insulin, right? So there's a tube in me right now. And then on my arm, I have a sensor with Bluetooth that also has a needle in me, and that's checking my blood sugar. Those things are hidden from view. And there's you can't really see it, but my blood sugar is right there. And you saw it on the screen. I get concerned that kind of technology isn't available to everyone. So for our friends that are listening who may have an auntie or a mom or a brother or a sister who has this, some of those technologies are available. Some of them aren't. Some of them are available in parts of Europe, but not other parts of Europe. There's different countries with different medical rules. This is called a Dexcom. This is called an Omnipod. There's also the Freestyle Libre. Folks, feel free to reach out to me or look at the diabetes section of my blog. I've got a whole section talking in detail about diabetes on my blog, and I've just brought that up. I've been blogging about it for many, many years, and I talk about how these things work, how the pancreas works, how you can get involved, how you can find that equipment if you wanted to. And there's different open source groups, including Night Scout. The Night Scout organization is the open source project where I manage my blood sugar in the cloud. So if folks want to look at how they can potentially have their own glucose meter in the cloud, it'll actually walk you through a process of how to set that up and what that looks like. And this screenshot right here is an explanation of how my blood sugar goes into the cloud, transmitting from my body and then up into the cloud, and then onto my phone, which then talks to the insulin pump. This is all open source. So the hardware you have to get from your doctor, but the software is all free, and I'm not selling anything. I'm just a very excited community member. It sucks, but dying would suck worse. So I'm happy to be here. If it's a small thing, it's a small price to pay to be here.
Thank you for the answer. We have an interesting question regarding the carbon footprint. Now, our friend here is asking, so the cloud comes with all the easiness and all the functionality that you described, all the features that are easy to implement. But what's your take on, like, all that functionality comes with a price? It might not be the monetary kind of thing, but maybe the carbon footprint and environmental issues, just switching everything to clouds. And what's your take on that? How, like, from that perspective?
I go back and forth on the benefits of centralizing things versus decentralizing things, right? By centralizing things, you can destroy it, ruin it. Someone can mess it up, whether it be governmental centralization or whether it be cloud centralization. Same thing with power and water and things like that. I think, again, I come back to hybrid. I was in South Africa for a month, a couple of months ago this summer. And while I was there, the power went out and then the water went out. So then we thought to ourselves, we need to make our own power. We need to have our own water. We need a well. And it's like, it's not sustainable for every single person to have solar panels and batteries and their own power. And it's not sustainable for every single person to have a well. The greater good requires it. It's not sustainable for every single person to run a server in their back room. The cloud offers the benefits of scale and cost benefits. Remember that I'm paying $50 a month in 2023, and I was paying $50 a month 20 years ago. And I'm running more websites. So the cloud is offering me all those benefits. The CI/CD is free. The build server is free. That probably wouldn't be free if I was running it on my own hardware. Then I'd have to keep my hardware running. So there is benefit to the cloud from an eco-friendly perspective, because that change in scale means that when a company like Microsoft says it's going to be carbon neutral and they commit to it, they mean it, and they're going to do it, and they're going to put solar panels on all of the Azure servers or however they're planning on doing it, which would be something I wouldn't be able to do. So the benefit of hybrid is the benefit of the economies of scale. And I'm being told we're running out of time, sir.
Yeah. If we have just one question, time for just one question that we have.
Yes, sir.
You've been running Hanselman family and all the related websites and applications on your own. You mentioned that you are just the owner of it and you've been running it all. My question, so when you do things and you kind of are alone, it's all your responsibility. Where do you draw a line on which of the modern practices and just tools or systems you engineering things you implement in your systems so that you are able to cover it, the functionality of it all, because you're the only one working on that, but you also want to maintain the quality code. Just as an example, do you, for yourself, do code reviews when you think you are the only one contributing to that source code? So what's your take on that?
So I'll use code coverage as an example. I added code coverage support because I found it to be useful, and I found that my code coverage was about 60% and my tests were pretty good. It is unreasonable for me to take code coverage to 100%. I don't think that there's any value in that, because I increased code coverage until I became comfortable. I got my builds, my CI/CD working until I became comfortable. So comfort was a good metric. I trust my website will keep running. I am not too worried about it. If I were to apply arbitrary metrics like you don't have full test coverage, this doesn't run on FreeBSD, or this doesn't run on this operating system. My goal was to get it running on Alpine Linux, Windows, decent test coverage, and a good CI/CD system, and I called it. Should I do test-driven development? Yes, I should. Do I do that? I'm one guy. Do I have code reviews where I talk to myself in a room? I don't. If I had another partner, I would. You know what I mean? I think it's about pragmatism versus purity. And we go back and forth between pure and correct and super pragmatic. And that is a thing in all things, moderation in all things. You know, I may be diabetic, but I still enjoy ice cream. And the same thing applies in software engineering.
Thank you very much, Scott. This has been an awesome event. I'm sure that we and our viewers could go on for forever just listening to you. You've been amazing. You've been very inspiring. Thank you for being with us. And this is the last talk of EngX Community Day for today. For our viewers, thank you for staying with us, and we'll welcome you for tomorrow's event. Scott, good luck, and thanks very much for being with us this wonderful evening.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody.